cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
Yeah, I'm in it till my heart stops. They wanna see me flatline. Didn't ask for your acceptance, I don't need a fucking cosign. Understanding jealousy, I've always been a first. There's not a second chance, consider this my rebirth. So here is my suggestion, a lesson for you to live by. Never take advice from a life still in test drive. Peace of mind is overpriced, so move right past it. You'll never find peace till they lay you in that casket. Stand up, salute, cause today I'm feeling brand new. I'm done with all the games, I ain't into playing family. If you feeling unrestricted, I'ma take it up to new heights. I'ma keep it raw like a pussy on prime
Got
night.
a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new
What's up, everybody?
Still don't give a fuck cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry for the late start. It's just been hectic. Let's try this. But we are going to do a show, even though it's a late start. If you can't make it tonight, I understand. Like I said, it's a late start. I understand if you can't make it. No big deal. Let's do this and this.
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fight for the best. Sit black for the shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker. Hop in. Welcome back.
I need to automate sharing this to all these different platforms. I need to get that automated. I keep saying that, but I could easily program a little IFTT or something.
Success is certain, back to working. Goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights. But out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty.
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Courage, so I'm not afraid, Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, Spread some sunlight on my darkest days,
Big Daddy Brad is currently missing.
Courage, so I'm not afraid, Spread some sunlight on my darkest
MIA.
Still asking myself the same questions, ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut-wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this, I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when the moves so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that it's
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We'll be getting started in just a second. My boy had baseball season started, so not every time, but sometimes his games don't start till 7 p.m. Those will be hard for me to make a show on time if the game doesn't start till 7.
Darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades, give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, spread some sunlight on my darkest days, spread some sunlight on my darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades, give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, spread some sunlight on my darkest days.
I saw some people were sending some Brad followers and some Scott followers our way. I do appreciate that. Thank you guys. It's probably just going to be for a fight, but if we can get one person out of there, work. I mean, I know we've taken some people from Scott. I know we've taken some people from Brad. So And we're already on the positive side. Brad's meeting with all his lawyers. He didn't know he needed so many lawyers to sue one person. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life is not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain. And you. All right, I think we're all shared up. We'll get everything started and we'll switch the music. It's 3 minutes left. Thank you guys. Make sure to like and share the stream wherever you're at. Follow the page. Subscribe if you're here. I appreciate it. Not good, but it was the first game. The game we lost quite substantially. I think it was by like 12 runs or something. But we played a really good team, and we had a bunch of stuff that can easily be fixed as well. So we'll see. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone. I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes. I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. Yeah, I've come to the conclusion I don't even think it's Brad. It's linked to 2 different addresses for some reason. One of them is Brad's and one of them is not. But it seems to be linked to a completely different Brad Barton. But all I said was, did you take this loan? Can we talk about it later? And he's accusing me of saying that I told everybody he took a loan. And something about fraudulent federal statements, or I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Let's switch the music around.
By name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up.
He did put out a statement yesterday saying he wasn't going to do a Sunday show, but he said, see you guys Monday. Maybe he's just coming on later tonight, I don't know. But it's 10 o'clock, usually he's on by now, no?
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
I get free legal representation through a local advocacy group that handles like disabled veterans. If I ever need a lawyer for anything, they give me free representation, and it's 4 or 5 different lawyers from different law groups around the county. They're actually pretty decent lawyers that volunteer their time, but we'll see. I don't think he's actually going to do it. There's nothing there. I asked a question.
Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I blew through the
meat hammer.
Strapped to an F6.
Oh yeah, that still works. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. For some reason, the little glitch intro didn't play, but that's all right. We're here. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I was just checking to see. Somebody had asked, is there a show tonight? And there was no answer yet. No comment, no nothing yet. But right now, Brad's been banned from Facebook. Don't go over there. Don't harass. Don't attack. Don't dox. But on Brad's Facebook page, his personal Facebook page, he can't defend himself. And there are so many people calling him out on stuff that I brought up and that stuff that other people brought up. It's actually quite funny. There's like, I'll just read you some right quick. It says, and again, nothing. So tired of these posts and yet nothing. Thanks for the wake up. If Brad really believed in Nasara, he wouldn't be selling t-shirts. The man has $1 million property and is a successful salesman for Team National. You're being conned. All of Brad's sources... Let's see if that one continues. All of Brad's sources believe in aliens. Please look them up. It's all out there. Are you saying his source is Simon? I really hope not. Well, it doesn't just have to be Simon. I mean, Scott and everybody else are big on the alien train right now. Well, not that I don't completely rule out there's no such thing as aliens, but I don't think they're having dinner with the Prime Minister of Turkey. But yeah, there's a bunch of comments like that. I have no problem with him being rich and lying. I have a problem with him lying to poor people and take their money. There's a bunch of comments over there on his page. Typically, when he gets any negative feedback, it's immediately deleted. Whether it's a YouTube comment or whatever, it's immediately deleted. But right now where he's banned, he's having some trouble immediately deleting that. But I do hope that nothing's wrong, like with his family or somebody hurt or something like that, and that's the reason he's missing. I hope it's something stupid that we can laugh at. But best of luck to your health and family and stuff. I don't want anything to happen. I really don't. What else do we have? Oh, I'm Will Bard. This is Cold Beer Confessional. If you want to support the stream, just make sure to like and share wherever you're at. Make sure you're following the page. And we might be leaving D-Live. I know there's some people that like to watch over D-Live. We might be leaving there. They're starting to piss me off, but we'll see how that turns out. Tonight we're there. So if you're there, you're safe for the night. If you want to go above and beyond just liking and sharing the page, you're more than welcome to donate or to leave a tip. Leave a tip for your trolley driver here while I take you through Grifter Alley. Keep your hands and arms and legs and small children inside the tram at all times while we're in motion. But if you want to leave a tip, you can do that at cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, cultclub.com. You can also leave it at buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. Buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. And we are still selling stickers. I've got the sticker here somewhere. Sorry, my macros aren't working tonight, so I can't just use buttons. I've got to kind of do it manually, so let me find the sticker right quick. The stickers are available at cultclub.com/merch. Cultclub.com/merch. Let's see if I can turn this filter off. Boom. There's the stickers. And here's the link to the website. Filters. Boom. There's cultclub.com/merch. Cultclub.com/merch. Those are $4. They go back into the stream, and that's $4 includes its tax and shipping worldwide. If I'm wrong, I'll pay the difference because I think it's only $1 to ship them anywhere in the world. So those are 3 inch by 3 inches wide, 5 inches tall. They're pretty cool stickers. You check them out. Thank you for checking them out, honestly. And other than that, what else? Do we have anything else, guys? I think that's it before we can get started. Tony from Veritas Machine sent me a message. He was talking to me while I was at my son's ball game. He sent me a message and was telling me that Charlie Ward is going to bat for one Mr. Scott McKay and telling people that he's tied into the Navy SEALs. He's got contacts with the Navy SEALs, and you to make sure you listen to him because he's talking to Navy SEALs. I don't know if he means Mike Jaco and his batshit crazy. Mike Jaco is now selling hair products. Mike Jaco, the bald Marine that said that or the bald Navy SEAL that said he loved Bin Laden to death. He loved him to death, and that's how he died, is now selling hair products. Must be a good grift. I don't know. We'll check it out, but let's check out this video and let's see about. We'll talk about some more stuff, but first let's talk about Charlie helping out with. I think this is it. Charlie helping out with Scott's grift of him knowing some SEALs. Hey mate, he knows some SEALs. I can't do accents. Sorry, I'm bad at that. Oh, let me move your off screen around to where it looks better. Well, actually, I don't need to go full screen. It's a problem. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have the sound on. You're right.
It's up to you. It's your choice. As I said, I'm not qualified to give the advice.
Right, I was going to click it. I got a video. You guys, are you guys telling me that you don't know the gold bullion ad by heart? You couldn't just fucking repeat it by heart. That was a test. That was a test to see if you could repeat it yourself. Maybe type it out in chat for others who couldn't remember. Good job. You failed. You failed.
And I hope you enjoy it.
What's up, Mason, brother?
I hope you enjoy watching all of my videos. Thank you.
Listen, Charlie, thanks a lot for coming on today. We really appreciate you taking your time to do so.
You good, Gordon?
Martin, always a pleasure.
So, there's a lot of stuff going on, Charlie.
There's a tremendous amount of stuff going on.
This guy right here seems weird as shit. His name's Martin from Ireland. And that's about all I know. He seems strange.
On that's in plain sight for those people that are aware and awake. I think probably the biggest thing that happened recently was the ship that went sideways in the Suez Canal, and obviously took a very strange pattern before it went into the Suez Canal. But for anybody who knows anything about the Suez Canal, most people wouldn't know about shipping, but they'd know about planes that can go on autopilot, where they can be controlled. The Suez Canal is much the same for these ships because the volume of ships that go through the Suez Canal, they need to be controlled, and they're all controlled from satellite by autopilot or whatever. So for one to go sideways,
okay, satellite by autopilot or whatever. I guess yes and no. I mean, I guess you could say GPS autopilot. Yes, those systems do fail. There is times that you're piloting manually, but you're still kind of pushing buttons on a map kind of deal. You're not exactly singing a shanty and throwing the old pirate wheel back and forth. But still, I mean, they were in over 40-mile-an-hour winds. There was zero visibility in a dust storm. Like, it seems like they had some conditions that lended itself to not being the easiest way to navigate. Should they have wrecked? No. Are we making it like it was there was no possible way anybody could have ever done that and messed up that way? It had to be a satellite from space that got knocked out? Also, no.
Of that size was no mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Evergreen was written down the side, for anybody who's done any research, yes, the ship was manufactured in Taiwan. It was commissioned over there. It was owned by a company out there. But for the people who do what we call a deep dig, you'll find out that it was owned by the Clinton Foundation and Walmart, and it was used. It's a company that's very well known for child trafficking. So for those people that were in the know, that knew what was happening, they sat back, and this was probably the biggest sign in their lives to see a ship sideways in the Suez Canal. The ship was then, and the other thing that I found very, very funny was when I couldn't work it out to start with. The US military were at one end of the Suez Canal, and the Russian military were at the other end. And I was thinking, what are those?
That does sound pretty funny.
They were working together. It's a bit like a naughty little schoolboy that's been caught in a hallway, and he's got the.
What are you going to do to that naughty schoolboy that's been caught in a hallway? Dr. Charlie Ward. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, dude? It's a bit like a naughty little schoolboy who's been caught in a hallway with his pants down. What? You know you shouldn't touch him like that. What? What are you doing? Get away from him. This already, I don't like this already. I tell you that much. I don't like this already. Let's back up just a little bit. Let's back up just a little bit.
In the Suez Canal, the ship was then, and the other thing that I found very, very funny was, and I couldn't work it out to start with. The US military were at one end of the Suez Canal, and the Russian military were at the other end. And I was thinking, what are those two up to? And then I realized they were working together. It's a bit like a naughty little schoolboy that's been caught in a hallway, and he's got the big bullies at the end chasing him up, with the Egyptian captain there bricking it, knowing that he got some naughty stuff on board. And it wasn't just humans that were on board. They had military hardware that was on board, some serious stuff, none of it of which was declared. So the boat was
the great value Colin Farrell with no ears. Oh no. Got a little naughty schoolboy caught in the hall.
The US SEALs boarded the ship for an inspection.
By the way, thank you very much. We did hit 1,600 subscribers on YouTube. Going hard for 2,000. I'd say we'll get 2,000 in the telethon, hopefully. I'm hoping to have that by the end of the week. I'm still working some stuff out. If I can't have it this Friday, I'll probably put it off till another Friday night. I think it's better if we have it like on a Friday night, maybe a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, one of those 3 days. I don't want to have it like on a Monday when people are like dragging ass from work and shit.
And the reason we know the US Navy SEALs went on board is a good contact of mine, Scott McKay, has got direct access to these people. And he published.
Oh. You see, Scott McKay jerked off a seaman once, and ever since then, he's gotten all the deep state intel. My good friend, Scott McKay.
On board, and it wasn't just humans that were on board. They had military hardware that was on board, some serious stuff, none of it of which was declared. So the boat was the US SEALs boarded the ship for an inspection.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we know the US Navy SEALs went on board is a good contact of mine, Scott McKay, has got direct access to these people, and he published it. And I had a chat with him yesterday or the day before yesterday, and he confirmed exactly that. And this is where the team of truthers comes very, very strong, is when we communicate together from all parts of the world, we get a bit of truth, because what we're getting from the mainstream media and from the governments is nothing more than bullshit right now. It's just blatant lies. So to find out the truth from people on the ground is very, very valuable. And when we have a network of people worldwide, it's always very, very good. So that's been a huge find and a huge expose, if you like, to the world as to what's really going on.
Yeah. And just on that note there, Charlie, about that, the ship, we know that's no accident. The timing, everything is there for plain sight for people to see, do the research. That's all it takes. So simple, a little bit of research and you'll get what you need to see. Just on the guy, your contact, Scott there. A lot of people over here in Ireland, they're really concerned about this, because I always said in Ireland, when the child trafficking gets exposed, that's when we will see a lot of Irish people really getting concerned about stuff like that, because it's not something that any of us want to be true, to be honest. It's not, but unfortunately it is real and it is out there and it needs to be stopped and all that kind of stuff. So just on your connections there with Scott.
Who the hell is this guy?
Board, yes.
There was bodies alive and bodies dead on board, yes. And they have the
perfect.
1,200 dead bodies and 1,400 alive bodies. One point I'm going to make to the Irish people who are following this, for me in life, the Irish have been some of the nicest people I've ever met worldwide. And they're accepted in every country in the world. The one thing I love about the Irish is that family.
I think he meant baby seals. Scott has a tie to baby seals, because Scott on his Telegram's been out riding around, and I'm pretty sure he went to the zoo. He had his picture made where he, like, you crawl through that tunnel and you pop up, and it's like you're in there with the penguins. The penguins are like running around you, but you're really in a globe, but you can't tell that. And then they come by and they feed the baby seals and that kind of thing. Then maybe that's what he meant.
And they're accepted in every country in the world. The one thing I love about the Irish,
I think what they're saying now is 1,300 bodies and 1,200 and some alive. I think's what they're going with.
Is that family means a lot more to them than it does in England. That's a very sad thing to say. But I've known with the Irish that family means everything to them. Whereas in England, for some reason, pets mean more than kids, which is not good. The Irish, when they go out on St. Patrick's Day, don't leave their kids behind. They take them with them. So when the Irish find out that this whole journey is to expose the evil people that have been stealing our children and what's been going on, the Irish will come together. The Catholic and Protestant won't even come in.
Hey, get that guy out of here. Get that guy, Ken Jones, get out of here. Just come in here and ask us for proof. We don't do proof. That's what Scott yells. I don't know. It sounded good. We don't do proof. Do you go out while a news reporter's on the side of the street reporting about a car wreck and shove her to the ground and punch her in the face and say, "Where's the proof?" Or do you just accept it? I'm beating this bitch up and left her on the side of the road on Twitter.
Into it. If you're touching our children, you've got all of us come together behind you. Then you've got a united Ireland, because all of Ireland, doesn't matter if you're Catholic or Protestant, makes no difference. You love your children, you respect your children, and this is what will bring people together. When this gets exposed.
Oh no, don't fire it up again. Don't argue no more. Don't argue no more. I've gotten so many messages about people arguing.
Stealing children, trafficking children.
I think it was a joke that didn't get taken correctly and that got carried away. So don't nobody argue anymore.
Father and a grandfather, it's absolutely repulsive what I've learned over the last year about what they've been doing with our children. When that becomes public, I would suggest that you don't go out and look at videos of it, because it took me weeks to get over the video I saw. It's disgusting. But it will bring
so every time they come out and they start talking about pedo stuff, and they say when the evidence comes out, or I've seen the evidence, or I've watched the evidence, it took me weeks to get over it, they are admitting to watching kiddie stuff. I don't know how else to put this. They need to stop saying that they've seen the evidence. They need to stop saying we've seen the evidence. That's not how it works. That's not how you don't come out and say, oh, I've seen the evidence. It took me weeks to get over it. Okay, but you just said in front of thousands of people that you watch kiddie stuff. That's illegal.
Together, because one thing that it doesn't matter if you're Catholic, Protestant, North or South, you all love your families and your children, and this will bring the whole of Ireland together more than anything ever will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true, because I think, as you said there, Charlie, we're at a stage now in the world, what's happening right now, and people don't realize we're never going back to what it was. We're not going there, and there's so many countries around the world that we can see now that it is uniting them. It is, everything else is being put aside. All the differences are being put aside. And you can see that people are starting to say, well, hold on for a minute. This is about humanity now. This is, the immaterial things are out the window now. The most important thing is, I suppose, it's the human race survival. This is what it's all about. It's not just about our children's future, which, as I turn around and say, they can't have a future if we don't have a present.
Correct.
So,
sure. Whatever you just said there.
Important. And it's one thing that I've done from day one in this, Charlie, is I've heard about all the financial stuff. I've heard about this, economies and all that kind of stuff, and the health side of it, viruses and all that kind of. But the one thing that did stick with was the child trafficking, which is, because as a father myself, it's just unacceptable. It is unacceptable on every level. It doesn't matter who you're supporting.
Sure, bury themselves and make it and get some investigations going and shit. Sure, but as a general piece of advice, for someone who we don't actually loathe because of the grift that they're doing, don't admit to watching the evidence and then telling people, look, I had nightmares for weeks and stuff. The elites do that kid stuff with the pedo stuff, and once I saw it in a video it was like 4 hours long. Once I consumed all that on my hard drive, where it still says to this day, once all that happened, then I wanted to tell you guys that I saw it, and I deleted it. Okay.
Or who you support politically or anything like that, it is unacceptable for any kind of human trafficking to be going on. It's just not. Now, we know it goes deeper than that. We know it goes deeper than just trafficking. We know it goes deep as abuse, and it goes even deeper than that again. We know this, and it's time that people really, in my opinion, I'm trying to wake people up to Ireland, that because if they don't wake up to what's happening around the world with this, we will not.
I'm going to skip quite a bit of this because we already heard him say something about the SEALs, and I think Tony said there's something around 20 minutes.
Everything, as long as you behave. I mean, it doesn't get any more enslaved.
What? Please don't give me everything. I'll give you all I got as long as you behave.
And they keep all the money. That was the whole theory. But those days...
Okay, makes sense.
We're moving into this new world where we have our own sovereignty. And you and I both know that when you let a woman express herself, they're very beautiful. When you try and cage a woman, they turn into a tiger or well, some people prefer that, but they get crazy. We all get crazy.
I wouldn't say that. When Mariah decided that she was going to let the laundry pile up to where it was over her head, I mean, I put her in a closet in a cage for like a week, and as soon as she come out, the first thing she wanted to do was laundry and eat, of course, because I hadn't fed her. But yeah, like it seemed to work. Cage a woman
when we're completely controlled. And that's what they wanted. They wanted total control, but to be able to express yourself and be sovereign as an individual, to be in control of your own destiny, to be in control of your own life choices, so that you can express yourself in a good manner. That's the world we're moving into. Nasara is national for America. Jasara is world.
I don't know that Brad steals intel, Brad just watches other shows and repeats it from a message group or shows you the videos. I mean, I guess you could, I mean, like I do too. Like I show you people's videos, but I'm funny and I have good insight. And I watch them beforehand and make sure I cut out all the dead spaces when I can. And I build up like super cuts and shit like that. But Brad just he's in a group on Facebook that is full of people who are deniers, who keep the hopium addicts, who want to keep the grift going. And he finds 2 or 3 videos that are interesting and shows them on his show. And then you watch him at the end of it. He's like, wow, man. Wow. It's a coming. It's a today. It's a coming. Make sure you buy your merch. And listen, if you want to donate, I don't want to take your blessing away from you, okay? I've never asked for donations, but here's all my links and places you can donate and where you can buy merch. But I just want to take your blessing away.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
It's a new financial system that they tried to launch in 1962, 63.
If Brad's not a church, and Brad's not a ministry, and Brad's not a minister or a missionary, and you donate hard cash to Brad, whose blessing really is that? Like, I understand when you do things that are of God, like if you donate to like a ministry or missionaries or something like that, you're supposed to get a blessing back, sometimes more than the original blessing that you gave, or when you do church offering and stuff like that. I understand that, but Brad's just some guy reading over the internet. Who's really getting that blessing? The guy who's now got another $20, or the person who lost their $20 and paid for a lie? The GoFundMe is not a scam per se. That guy did have cancer last year. He was struggling before the cancer and after the cancer to find a place to live. The problem is when Brad says, hey guys, hey, you're going to have to stop personally sending me donations for Bert. And then his wife's Venmo was given out in chat as a place to substitute the GoFundMe site because the GoFundMe site wasn't working. Those 2 things are very bad. Brad should not be taking donations, funneling them through Bert. That's not something you do, and there are very, very stringent laws as well as GoFundMe rules and regulations. You can go read them about funneling donations through people, about sending them through Venmo, about forwarding them this way. So he did not give out his wife's link. People in chat did. And then when the money was sent, he should have returned that money. If he found out it was from those links, he should have returned it to the people. Instead, he's saying, oh, I need to get it to you, Bert. I need to get it to you. And then if that wasn't bad enough, he could have just shut up about it. He could have just shut up and said nothing. Like his wife linked come, he sent it to Bert. But instead, trying to make fun of me, he's like, hey, Bert, I'll tell you something. Well, I'll tell you later. Look, I need to figure out a way to get you some of this money. People, stop sending me money for Bert. Stop sending it to Kristen's Venmo. He should just been quiet. But now that he's admitted on tape, on video, that's all over the internet, that he got it, and it was supposed to go to this guy's fundraiser, a GoFundMe project, then I'm sure there's going to be some implications with proving that money, if someone wanted to investigate it, there's going to be some implications in proving that money went to that Venmo and that exact amount went forwarded on to that charity that was there. Bert bought a house. Did he just recently buy one? At first, he was looking for movers, and he was staying in a really nice hotel. We talked about this for a while. So if I was one day away from living in my car, and I got, $80, $100, $200,000 in donations, I damn sure wouldn't be looking for a nice hotel. I wouldn't be having a good meal. I wouldn't be putting shit into storage. I would have went and immediately got someplace on a lease that was super affordable and give myself 6 months to buy a house and started. I don't know. He just handled it. He handled that donation like either one, he expected a lot more to come, or two, he doesn't handle money well. That was my issue with Bert. Now, I don't know Bert. I don't know how he come on hard times before. I guess where he used to perform music and COVID hit, before cancer ever happened and medical bills, he was struggling. Then cancer happened and he beat cancer. Now he's struggling again, he claims, because of the medical bills. So the appropriate way to phrase that would be Bert had cancer, and now he's trying to get out from underneath the medical bills. He was struggling before because of COVID. He's struggling now even more because of the medical bills if you want to donate. Instead, it's being presented as Bert has cancer, which is a thing I don't like. I think it's slimy when you say it like that, but I don't think it's illegal either. Yeah, he had to move out. I knew that, but still, he went to a nice hotel. He paid a moving company, then fired them. I've been through his Facebook page. He was so far behind on his lease, they would not renew it, no matter how much he paid for it. No matter how much, if he went ahead and paid 6 months in advance, they wouldn't renew it because he had fallen behind, and they didn't want to deal with that again.
3 with John F. Kennedy, and they killed him for trying to do it. And then they tried to launch it again on September the 11th, when the only way they could stop it was to bring down the Twin Towers and bomb the Pentagon. So all of these things, this is why right now we're in a very critical time to make sure that they don't kill a load of people like they've done in the past, trying to stop it. But I can assure you that won't happen, because everything has now been done. Everything has been done.
Yeah, we're gonna check in on that in a minute.
Playing out pantomime. And I would imagine it'll start to become visual over this weekend. I would imagine we're already seeing a lot of visual stuff.
Yeah, I mean, again, we go back to the ship again, Charlie. As I said, it's the reason these things are happening. These things don't just happen. You know what I mean? And the odds of it happening again in the future is, the reality. But we need to get this message out there to people that What do you think, Charlie, as in, because there is people now, and I know this personally with people, and they're good patriots and they're good people, and all they want to do is just get back out there to life, you know what I mean?
I can't pull up hardly anything extra right now. I'm at the where I've got 3 podcasts set up, and everything's just kind of sitting idle. I'm still straining the PC. I can't pull hardly anything up. It actually stutters when my logo comes up and says powered by Colt Club or whatever. But I'll see if I'm trying to get a computer upgrade out of this whole deal. I'll see if I can do it then. I like playing the bingo. I can't. I'm afraid he's going to knock it off line.
Because in Ireland at the moment, we are absolutely they're pushing everything on top of us now.
Yep.
With all these V's. Masks, all these things are happening now in Ireland, and they're pushing the agenda. But they're playing it shrewdly. The government is playing it shrewdly. They're allowing these companies, all these employers, to use it as policy, and because they know. I mean,
I can't. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm surprised when RDS went on Nick VM when he went on that show. He told people that he needed to raise $16,000 for the next 90 days, and he was able to drop that at 60 days to $12,000. So that means he did better than $16,000 for 30 days. He did better than that because he was able to drop it to $12,000 for the last 60. So I'm not surprised. I mean, Scott's got a big crowd, an elderly crowd that probably has money, that probably has savings. A lot of them on fixed income, but a lot of them has money in savings and 401k and retirement. And they think they're paying for something. I don't know what. They think they're paying to get Trump back or to reveal aliens or... I mean, like, I understand giving a tip to someone who does the news. He's your favorite newscaster. You want to support him, or he's even doing an upgrade on his set. But some guy that you watch for what you believe is the news that does nothing in the physical world, he just delivers information to you, just raises $500,000. How much good could you do with $500,000 times 4 people? What is that, $2 million? $2 million actually for the kids that they're trying to, the mission. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I appreciate you guys giving me a tip. If you like me, you like the show, I do something for you, I make you laugh, that's cool. I appreciate you giving me a tip. I do not want you to give me $100,000 in a week. If I start making that much money, we're going to start kicking it out to charities. Like, if I start making more money than what I fucking would ever live on, like, why? I don't understand that. If you still want to donate, we'll vote on charities. But if I could make $100 a show, that's my final goal. Anything after that, we'll start kicking it places. I don't know. We'll put it somewhere. 2 million. 2 million. I could fit a lot of strippers. I could get lift a lot of strippers out of poverty. That's true. They just slide right back down the pole into it again, though.
Oh, most people don't know their rights. They don't understand their rights, you know. And as I always say to people, I say, listen, we have no rights until the day we exercise them. That's how simple it is, you know.
Or how about that 2 million for veterans they all claim to support? They all claim to support these combat veterans, these homeless combat veterans, the ones that the VA's fucking. Me, I'm getting actively fucked from the VA right now. They will not increase the disability to the point that I deserve. I can't fucking work. So I'm actively getting fucked by the VA. What if you supplemented my income that the VA owes me for the next year? Or any veteran, not even me. I know you hate me. Find someone with my story and supplement the income that they need so they can continue fighting the VA for another year. What if you took the money and did that? Oh, wait. We only like the veterans who will come on our show and endorse us or who agree with our mission. I forgot. It'd be hard to find those douchebags. They're already in your chat.
Until the day we exercise them, don't be complaining about your rights. You have to exercise them, and that's it.
The Irish people know better than anybody that they pay the wages of their government. They would know that.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, if your government are not doing what you want them to do, you need to stand up against them. The trouble is everybody in the United Kingdom, Great Britain, the whole area there have become very complicit. They'll do as they're told. And I get asked many times, why won't you just do as you're told? Why don't you wear a mask? Why don't you have a vaccine?
I have a charity. I'm hoping that one day I can make it big. I have 2 charities that I personally want to. Well, I don't really care if my name's on them, but I want to make sure that they're handled right. No one's siphoning money off the top, and that they like. I got a vision for them. I don't care if someone else owns it, runs it, occupies it, president, whatever. As long as it fits my vision, and I can make sure that no one's siphoning money off of it, like to where 10% goes to charity and 90% goes to administration and presidential costs.
Because I actually have a lot more respect for myself. I don't want to kill myself with a mask, and I don't want to kill myself with a vaccine. I know what my body can do. I've abused my body for many, many years, and I know how to recover it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to have people telling me, oh, you have to do this, you have to do this. Anybody that wears a mask right now, I have medical proof that 35% of those will develop throat cancer. Why would I take that risk? I don't get it. I haven't worn a mask for a year. I wash my hands before.
It really sounds like, if you listen to this man right here, now I don't know, I could be wrong, but it really sounds like he made up that 35%. Now, I'm not saying there is some type of correlation to breathing your own breath in and out over and over again that has something to do with throat cancer, right? But that 35%, it really seems like he dug that out of. He's like, I have medical evidence that the people that are blah blah blah, 35%. Well, it sounded like he made up that number.
Told, and I get asked many times, why won't you just do as you're told? Why don't you wear a mask? Why don't you have a vaccine? Because I actually have a lot more respect for myself. I don't want to kill myself with a mask, and I don't want to kill myself with a vaccine. I know what my body can do. I've abused my body for many, many years, and I know how to recover it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to have people telling me, oh, you have to do this, you have to do this. Anybody that wears a mask,
I'll tell you in just a second, guys.
Medical proof that 35% of those will develop throat cancer.
Yeah, he made up that number.
Risk if I'm healthy. I don't get it. I haven't worn a mask for a year.
He made up that number. He might have a study that he's referencing, but the 35 he rounded up. So there's a question in the chat. Did the VA become noticeably better under the Trump administration? So here's what I want to say. Yes, it did. Partly because Trump and partly because Obama, okay? So Obama passed some stuff about speeding up requests, about pushing through requests, about less waiting, and about the program. Obama passed the majority of the laws. Trump freed up a bunch of spending for it. So when it was under Obama, the laws were in place, but it was so broke it couldn't function. Like, you might be approved to, like, say you got something wrong with your belly and you need to see a gastroenterologist or whatever. You might be approved to go off site instead of waiting 6 years while you're dying of like stomach cancer. But for some reason, the VA could only afford to pay $3. So they had to find a doctor that would accept you to do this full exam and possibly cancer treatment and everything else for $3. So I think Obama did pass the majority of the laws. I've looked them up. I've seen who signed them. Obama passed the majority of the laws. They were kind of broken. There wasn't a whole lot of money. I'm sure there's a few people that benefited from them. It seems like that when the money comes through from Trump moving some stuff around and sending some extra funding, that it got better. It's still not where it should be, nowhere near where it should be. It did get better though. Wait times went down, stuff sped up. I was able to get outpatient service easier once the money came. Now Trump's mistake was he claimed that he passed those laws. He didn't. He should have said, we fully funded those laws so they actually worked. They are under Obama's name, but he put the money there with them. He passed other laws that allocated funding over there, and it worked. It really worked. Between the two of them, it really worked. I was excited when Obama passed a lot of those laws, and some of them I was like, I don't know if that'll work. But once they got the money behind them, they did really well, especially the outpatient thing where you can go to if you're going to be on a waiting list, I don't know what the minimum is. If you're going to be on a waiting list, which some people have told me they've been on like fucking 5-year waiting lists for shit, right? That's crazy. If there's something wrong with your lungs or your fucking blood flow or your brain, or to have a 5-year waiting list, you just die on a waiting list. That's what everybody was so upset about. So I don't know what the minimum is. If they say like, oh, if it's longer than 2 weeks, you can go into the civilian world. But they will allow you to go into the civilian world. The VA still picks up for it. And actually something I've used a couple times, 3 times a year, I can go with a piece of paper. I got it. It looks like you fold it down. It looks like it's a half-size piece of paper, but it looks like an insurance card. But it's for the VA. 3 times a year, I can go to an urgent care. And 3 times a year, I can go to any emergency room that I want to in the United States. And I don't have to say anything. I hand them that card. It tells them who to call. It tells them who I am. It tells them my service record. It tells them all I have to say is what I'm there for. Because I hate going in and trying to negotiate with a place saying, oh, well, y'all are supposed to accept, VA, but I got to pay this portion, but you guys are supposed to pay that portion, and I don't know. They sent me over here with this and blah. I hate that. I hate that. If I'm already in pain, I would rather end it all than go and negotiate with you in a hospital. So when they come out that little, it's called fast track, something another, urgent treatment, blah, blah, blah. That's pretty awesome. I've used it before a couple times already. I just hand them that paper, tell them that my ankle sprained or whatever, and I'm with the VA. Here's the instructions for you to figure out that I'm covered. I'm going to be sitting down over here. And that's all I do. It actually works really good. So if you're a veteran and you're not using that, check that out.
I wash my hands before I eat my food. That's it. I don't use these gels and what have you. I don't use any of them. I haven't even caught a normal cold, let alone man flu. And there's a pandemic out there. Really?
I have to say it, Charlie. I used to get, to be honest with you, since this started, I used to get sick probably twice a year. You know what I mean? And I generally put it down with maybe the change of weather and things like that. That's what I used to do. But I've been
I'm just going to be honest with you. The only Irish person I like is Call Me Kevin, the YouTuber.
sick. I was sick, very, very sick in January of last year.
And what's the movie with the 2 guys that are like Irish hitmen? Damn it, I'll think of it in a minute, or Chad will probably tell me.
I was floored.
And shepherds we shall be, for thee, my Lord, for thee. What's the name of it? Damn it. Boondock Saints. I got you.
I haven't even had a sniffle.
No.
And that's unusual for me. And I'm not locked down. I'm not social distancing. I'm not doing all of that stuff. So
thank you, Hung.
Listen, it's regarding that, I suppose we just need to regarding the compliance side of it. I don't know. The only way we'll get the compliance away is by giving more information out there as much as we possibly can, because it's there's certain people that are getting sucked in. And again, where the V's are concerned, vaccines and stuff like that, I'm not.
So you invite
on there before we let you go.
I don't usually take a whole lot of comedic advice, or even on comedians from females, because if females knew comedy, there would be funny female comedians.
I think the most important thing with the Irish people, the English have taken the piss out of the Irish for years and years and years about being not as bright as the English, which is we're starting to see now that the more Irish people are awake than English people, and that's because they've got tons and tons of common sense. And that's what you need in this difficult period. You need common sense rather than a narrative that's drilled into you by a government and by a corrupt mainstream media. And most of the Irish that I've come into touch with have tons of common sense. And that's a huge compliment to them in this battle against absolute rubbish that's coming out there. And I take my hat off to you. Brilliant.
Oh, fair play to Charlie. Yeah, appreciate it. Come here, just the last point before we go. Do you think we'll get disclosure or not? Do you think this virus thing? Do you think it will it go?
You think is
the virus? The virus.
You think
will
this?
disappear as soon as the reset and the revaluation is done. It's all a smokescreen. And then we'll have to deal with the bitterness of people.
Wait a second. It was going to expire as soon as the election was over, and then it was going to expire at the end of the year, and then it was going to expire January 6th, and then it was going to expire. Basically, every time that Trump was supposed to have a reckoning day was also supposed to be, if it didn't happen, it was supposed to, the virus was just supposed to disappear.
People going complete nuts, feeling they've been misled. But we'll handle that.
Yeah. And in your own opinion, are we getting close, Charlie?
Yeah, I think we're very, very close right now. Very, very close.
Right. Listen, Charlie, thanks very much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Okay. Oh. So I've got another Charlie that I want to watch. It's his new Mel K. But I don't want to go back to back Charlie. So let's go to this one. We missed this one. The reason we missed it is because we did the Nino review. This is actually the Sunday with Kristen show. Kirsten W. Sundays with Kirsten. This has got Charlie Ward and Mike Jaco. And believe it or not, I will give Kirsten this point. She actually shut up, sorta. So like she says when this starts, hey Brad, or hey Scott's fans, I'm actually going to be quiet this time, blah, blah, blah. I know you guys got mad at me because I talk too much, and no. Well, she actually did shut up, sorta. But she prefaced it all with, I'm the one who's got all the intel, so it's really me you should be listening to anyways. It's no one else. I'm the one who's got it. They don't have the intel. I have the intel. Do you guys know that I have the intel? And then several times she brings it up. She's just, like, it's almost like she's negative and she's kind of spiteful and she's kind of like passive aggressive, and she cannot turn it off. She cannot stop it. She cannot hold it within. She's afraid she'll rupture and explode. It's very weird. You just got to watch it. Like several times, even during the interview, she's like, "Well, let me throw this out right quick because I told Scott's people I'd be really quiet, even though I'm the only one that's got intel this week." Like, it's very strange. Just watch.
Good afternoon, Patriots. I see a lot of people here already. I'm happy to welcome Michael Jaco, and thank you so much for having me on your channel and basically having your numbers fantastic. Almost 90,000 views on his channel of my video, 30,000 more views.
Oh wait, this is the show where she says she's going to expose herself and tells that she used to be a Playboy playmate who did a centerfold wine ad and shows all the pictures. Yeah, she gets up in there. Needs to be laid.
Use them, you know whom? My former protege.
Isn't she that hot model?
We have our sponsor.
Oh yeah, super hot.
If you want to lose 5 pounds really fast and you want to not have to really diet, but just lose the weight, here we go. This is keto with CW.com. We have so much information for you. It's like spelling out. Anyway, so keto with CW.com. It's 51% off, and it's got the caprylic acid in it that kind of, you can eat anything you want and you won't have bad breath. It's a carb blocker, and it does have the caprylic acid in it that basically gets rid of the the candida that holds onto the fat. Okay, there we go. So there we are. Yes, again,
gets rid of the candida that holds onto the fat. You guys don't know about that shit, but it's bad. The candida, it's horrible.
30,000 more than you know whom's, my former proteges. That guest thing is, someone just hold on one second.
So she's bragging 30,000 more than you know whom, my former proteges, blah, blah, blah. She's doing her little bragging thing. She also brings that up 4 times during the freaking interview. It's very weird how she cannot not say something that pops into her head. If it pops into her head, it's coming across the screen no matter what.
Someone just thinged me. Okay, hold on. Okay. Someone just, let me, hold on one second. That's Dave Lipsky. Okay, I need to do a thing for my friend Dave Lipsky from
Dave Lipsky.
I'm on his ourfreedombook.com. You can come there Dave's a good friend, and yeah, I don't know. I'm going to promote it anyway. I mean, how many platforms can I be on? It's a little crazy. Okay, so here we go. Here's
Now, I don't want to show you my full spank bank. I'll just give you a little glimpse. But here is the beautiful. Not that. That's Linus Tech Tips. That's not him. But here's the beautiful model of Kirsten W. That's her. That was actually sent to me as a prized possession of one Tony D from the Veritas machine. He is into that shit. He said something about ladyboys and then sent it to me, and then I didn't want to call because I figured he might be in the middle of, taking care of business, of firing up the old Veritas machine, if you know what I mean. It's a hand crank Veritas machine, apparently.
freedombook.com. Dave, here, I told you I'll do it for you. Here, you can come and request me, 167 friends, and there I am. Okay. All right. So we're still waiting for the boys. And
still waiting for the
we
boys.
have a lot of people on here. It must be Scots. This time, Scots people, I will promise that I'm going to zip it.
I like that name, Grift Be Gone, straight and to the point. I appreciate that.
Zip it, zip it, zip it. So you can hear the boys talk, but I'm really.
That is Nino's mom. It's Kirsten. I don't know if that's Nino's mom, but it's Kirsten.
Most of the intel today, so really,
Are you telling me something I don't know about Nino's dad?
So I'm going to read a line, and then I'm going to wait for them to come on. And yeah, I don't know where they are at, but they both.
Honestly, YouTube, I think she's beautiful. This is not harassment. That's not what I'm saying. I think she's beautiful, YouTube. I want to build her up and let no man tear her asunder. No man tear her asunder.
Links, so I don't know what happened, but hopefully.
I mean, I spoke to her for a while about maybe hooking up and doing one of those Mel K type performances. The biggest issue that me and Kirsten had while we were talking through email, we exchanged pictures as well. The biggest issue we had while we were discussing doing one of these Mel K type pajama party films was micro penis. Micro penis was definitely an issue. She said it was fine and it wasn't a big deal. I said, hey, you're not even supposed to have one. What do you mean it's not a big deal? And the deal just kind of fell through after that.
I can give you some intel before they come on. Okay? All right. So we don't need to go to Creator Studio. We just need to get to this. Okay. Here we go. All right. So there we go. I am trying to get to this, but I can't get to it. Let me try to get to this. Facebook. Okay. I'm trying to get to the Facebook links. And I'm on Facebook at with an extra the. I don't know why there's an extra the there, but thetruecw.com. And yeah, I finally got on. Oh, finally. I'm going to read this to you if I can get.
Asunder. Asunder is a word that just means apart or divided, to tear something apart, to tear into little pieces. I think I heard it in some type of famous text it's in, and that's what it means. That no man may ever tear asunder. I can't remember what that was. What is that in? It's something famous.
Facebook to work. Okay. And it's screwing with me, as we know. Okay, now I'm going to scroll down on Facebook, and we're going to see what's going on.
Not tear her from down under. That's not it.
All right, so
it's different.
I don't know.
Well, it's the marriage thing. What God has joined together in this holy matrimony, that no man tear or put asunder. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the marriage. It's the traditional marriage thing. Exactly wedding vows. You got it.
The time here, 11:51. So they're all right. Okay. Hi, Dave. I just did your ad. Okay.
What? Hi, Dave. I just did your ad. Hi, Dave. I just did your ad. Now Scott and Jaco are the people coming on. And Keto and Nino, Dave, and Keto with CW, Kirsten. Does Dave own Keto with Nino and he's paying Kirsten to advertise it? I just thought they probably got the same scam company to endorse them both. Because he says, "Oh, look, no diet works like magic. You still got to work out. It's just pretty good. I usually go on 1 week and then off 1 week, on 1 month, off 1 month." She says that you don't have to work out at all. You just eat it, and it's like magic. Oh, maybe they're in this together. The Vyvanse 60 milligram.
Okay. All right, so we are.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
And everyone's already, so many people already here. Okay, let me read my intel before the boys get here. Anyway, I'm just going to text him back. Done. Okay. All right. So we have a lot of things that are happening. We have Mike Lindell that's starting a new thing, and I hope to get on there next week, I guess. And I think this is the 19th. It's called Frank. So try to get on Frank. How many platforms can one person be on? It's just really
try to get on Frank.
Crazy. How many?
So here's my thought on the new platforms. You guys do what you want. Here's what I'm going to do because I'm a content creator. I'm going to be on all of them that'll let me live stream. I'm going to have my videos. I'm going to try to put them in at least eventually get to where I'm uploading them in at least 3 different places. I have a backup for a backup for a backup, right? I'm always going to try to stay on YouTube because that's where the traffic is. But if it doesn't solve a new problem for you, if it doesn't, I would not just go there because it's someone's name. I might go there also because it's someone's name and I want to show a little support. But like if you're talking about shutting down here and going over there, let that play out a little bit first. Let that play out a little. I understand if you're trying to make a name for yourself, you're live streaming, you're a social media influencer or whatever they call them nowadays. If that's the truth, then or if that's what you got going on, I understand that. That's fine. But if it's just that you're just doing it because I always like this guy's president and the app sucks, the pillows suck, the whatever sucks, and you shut down your old account to show how determined you are, I would advise against that, honestly.
How many platforms one person can be on? It's really, really, really okay. So I think my clock is off by a long shot. My phone says 11:53. My clock says 11. On my computer says 11:20. What's going on? What happened? It's off. So
she can't not stop talking.
Where this time is, but it's definitely not Eastern Standard Time. So okay, let's see who's here. Are these all my peeps? It can't be all my peeps.
My God, lady.
Susan.
Breathe.
Susan,
I'm afraid she's going to pass out on camera.
Lisa Ash. Patriot Mom, Brittany Holder, Penny Stewart, Victoria Cruz. It's all girls. Where's the boys? Deb Kirby, Susie Dixon, Susan Cole. Please join this channel, subscribe, and join it. Also from Facebook. I think the Facebookers are not on yet. Patricia Boyles, Penny Jean, Marita, Christy Ashmore, Anna Wethrow, Patricia Boyles.
Just hearing her read names is bad, no?
Oh, Anna Wethrow.
How do y'all do this?
Oster. Yeah. Susan Dixon, yes, the whole gang. Sherry West, Baraka Eve, Smoky Mountain Woman, Amazon Desk, Christy Ashmore. Okay, blessings. Debbie Cruz, Fran Vestal, Lorna Beebe, Terry. See some Facebookers: Lorna Beebe, Jean Pupek, Terry H. Gator, Florida.
Jean Pupek. Jean Pupek. Are we sure that's a real name? I'm not sure that it is.
Oh, I need to thank Miss Mud Rabbit. Thank you for the beautiful artwork. I put it in my bathroom.
Miss Mud Rabbit.
I love it. And again, Sherry West, Robert Woozy, Candace. Oh, this is the.
I've actually got one more thing to show you guys. Hold on. I forgot about this. I don't know why or what's going on, but if we're talking about while we're talking about photos and stuff we got going on, Tony D from the Veritas Machine has been bragging about this photo he sent me all day, like he thinks it's something special. I don't think there's anything special there. I mean, who doesn't love eggplants, Tony? Like, why do you keep sending me this over and over again? Everybody loves eggplants, Tony. Jesus. Apparently someone called him out as a shill, and then put some faces. He's got a hypocrite agenda, or a hypocrite agent. Shill attacks shill for more attention. How pathetic. Twicker, snake ass, shit talker, aka slander, part of the club. Eggplant. This eggplant right here even has testicles. I mean, oranges. Eggplant. Oh, coward. There's a coward over here. He's very proud of this image. I don't know. I mean, I've seen better edited images. If it's the editing, I think we could get you an editor, man. And if it's just the fact that you like eggplants, okay, that's fine. You like eggplants. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? That is from someone who I guess does not like Tony over on Instagram.
Here we're a little tour for my friend Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter, because he is going on to talk and a tour. So Bonnie Marsh, Kimmy Clothing, Karen Meredith, on and on. Good morning, Carolyn Shaw, Phyllis. Where's it? Mud Rabbit? Thank you for the organic.
By the way, I did try. This guy was putting out some really fucked up shit about Tony on his page. I did, honestly. I tried to go help. I don't know if I made much of a difference, but here's what I put. When I tried to go help, trying to do the right thing, trying to be a good friend, they put a big thing about shill, Agent Psyops, Veritas Machine, straight slander, exposing shills while he is one, private, blah, 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 but whatever. And I said, yeah, but you have to admit he is a little sexy, though. I hope I look that good at 50 or whatever. Are you kidding me? I look worse than that at 30. But he's definitely one of those Khazarian types. I can tell from here. And then I wanted to put a hook nose emoji, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. So, oh, you love eggplant and parm. Eggplant parm. That makes sense.
Gift. I got it. It's very pretty. Canadian Street Fighter, Carol Loper, Debbie Kill. What is it? Debbie Hukill, Terry Snare, Christine. How are you, Christine? One of my moderators is here. Hop Girl, Charlene Graham. There's a lot of people coming today. Mud Rabbit, Catherine Newman, Sherry West, Jack Harris, Vicky Muma, Catlin, Todd. I don't think I can get to you all. Kay Kecker, 74. Good morning. Hello from Canada. Florida. Hi from Florida. Hi, Shelley, 61. Andrew Demores, Elizabeth.
Oh, wait. He responded. I didn't know he responded. He put, fuck that pussy. He nothing but a shit talker, fucking lame as well. New message. Yeah, he is part of the club. I can tell his vibe is very dark. We can all do research to know the truth with a click of a button. All now is our smartphones. I have no doubt that you guys can probably do research on the level that I do research. I like doing research personally. I like getting to the bottom of stuff, and I like figuring out stuff. Even if I'm wrong, I just like to figure it out. But I have no doubt that you all could probably use your cell phone and do a lot better research than I could. That's true. I thought what I was bringing to the table was comedy. But, I mean, if you don't think I'm funny and you don't like my research, I guess then this isn't the show for you, I guess. I mean, I don't, there's a bunch of people all the time that's like, oh, remind me to never make Will mad. Where does he find all this research and stuff? And honestly, I don't feel like I'm working that hard on it. I just have a lot of time in the internet and no legs. Mariah rolls me every morning in front of this computer and she won't come back and feed me or get me or nothing. I don't know what else to do but stay on this computer. By the way, someone else also commented. What's this one say? Hold on. What does it say? If don't drink and don't smoke to stay young. Fuck that. I'll just get old. It ain't worth it. I just get old. Thanks anyways.
Perez, Catherine Edwards, Robin Perico. Oh, I don't think I can get to all
I tried.
of them. I really don't. So yeah, bear with me. 4 minutes before the boys get on. Okay. But
4 minutes before the boys.
Going over to Michael Jacobs. site and showing that I have 30,000 more views than my former protege. The numbers speak it all.
My
And I'm
former
not trying to be
protege.
cocky. I'm just stating a fact. And yes, I have to say that the person that predicted, he's usually 90% wrong, that the CCP was already cleaned up is wrong again. Sorry, I don't know. I don't understand how people can follow others when they keep on being wrong. That means you're brainwashed, okay? And yeah, you're brainwashed. If you keep on following someone and they said the CCP's cleaned up and it's not, and other things, and I never stop doing other people's show. Hello, the main man's here, Michael Jacob. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we have a lot of Chinese intel for you. Lots and lots and lots and lots. And we have landmines found on the beach in Fort Lauderdale. There's going to be a string of them because they're trying to create some news out of there. And, you know, as you know, they're getting broke. Broke. I kind of covered this with Scott earlier. We're live already, so I might as well start. I covered this with Scott earlier. Scott is the one that gave us the intel about Ever Given, right? Ever Given. Yes.
Right.
The 1,366 deceased and the 1,245 alive. We are now finding out from
1,366 deceased, 1,245 alive. 1,3 something, 1,245 alive. So a hundred or so more dead than alive. That was, somebody was asking me what were the exact numbers earlier. She just said them. If you want to rewind right quick, if you really need them.
from my intel, I've got like 5 of them, that they're trying to collect insurance on that ship because they're broke. They are broke. Also, we have England, the Prince Philip died, and he was one of the deep state that was trying to do the economic reset, right? 4 things.
Okay. Wow.
4 things.
So a landmine came up on Fort Lauderdale Beach. You know, they've been, going up and down the coast with, surveillance aircraft.
So he's getting ready to burst her intel. She just said, oh, a landmine come up on the beach, blah, blah, blah. What's a landmine doing out there? Oh, my God, that's an act of war. We must be in war. But she just gave all that intel, and then he's going to tell you that he saw the picture of it, and it was a training landmine. He used to be on a team that went out and decommissioned explosives like that, and he knows that it was a training landmine. It happens all the time. Some of them get lost. Some of them, whatever, wash up on the beach. They go out and do the job.
From the military looking in there. There's been speculation that the Chinese had a submarine off the coast there. So have you heard anything about that? 2 of them.
2.
Wow.
2.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're trying to get at Trump, and someone, as I mentioned earlier, whose channel I stopped doing every Friday. People will know I quit. I wasn't fired. I quit because the intel was just off. I love the man. He's a sweet man, but wrong intel. Use my intel, say the CCP was cleaned up. The CCP is not cleaned up, and we'll get into how they're going to enter Taiwan and why they're entering Taiwan very soon. So, and the United States troops are in Taiwan right now. So what's happening is the Chinese.
If Mariah doesn't wheel me in here, I just roll back and forth pissing on the bed until she gets tired of being underneath my golden fountain, and then she wheels me to the computer. I'm very good at negotiating.
Subs
That's what I'm saying.
As and as Monkeyworks knows, they're off the coast.
Right.
They're trying to get us at Trump. They're putting all these landmines laid it out for. They're going to do something. As you know, whenever an event happens, like Parkland shooting, just use that example, the survivors do not get the cash. When that certain party that runs.
The only thing that moves on her face is her mouth. That's because the rest of her face can't keep up. It's frozen in fear. It doesn't know how to react.
Broward County, is the one that gets the cash. So the $6 million that they're very short funds went to them after that incident. There we go. Here's my partner Scott, who's going to go. Let me do it this way. This is better.
There you go. That's a lot better.
And Scott really adores.
Oh, she already said it's a bromance, and he has his leather beret on. Did someone order Harley Davidson Girl Scout cookies?
There's my man.
Romance.
Yeah. We got a chicken here today, Kirsten. We got a chicken here. It's a tromance. How about that?
Okay, I have
That's good. I've heard that before. Good.
We got a chicken here. It's a tromance. Which one is the tranny? If it's a what? Did he use the word for 3? Like THREE? Does he think it's TRHEE? What?
I have to brag that I got 30,000 more views on Michael Jacobs' channel than someone we know, and we don't have to mention her, but you know what I'm talking about.
We don't have to mention her. We don't have to mention her. We don't have to mention her. Well, now I'm curious, Kirsten. Damn. You know what? You know what happened to the cat, don't you? Killed by the curiosity. Now I gotta go to Michael Jacobs' channel and see what other woman was there. God, I hate this. Who is she always? I've looked it up before, but who is she always referencing when she says my former protege? Is it Santa Surfing? Is that who I've heard her talk shit about Santa Surfing, and I feel like that's her, but I'm not positive. Let's see who else is on here. Yeah, it's probably Santa Surfing if I had to guess. Control F. Santa. I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball. I had $1 million, but I'd spend it all if... Oh, Mel K was on there recently. I think it's Santa Surfing because I do remember her talking shit about her and saying, oh, she used to work for me. Mel K's more of like a thing. She come up with Charlie Ward. Let's see what females are on here. Who's this? This is Tarot by Jamie. I don't think that's it. 87,000. First of all, let's see how many... Where'd the video with Kirsten go? Is it already taken down? No arm jabs. Robert David Steele. It looks like he might have already taken down the Kirsten interview. Because it was just recent. Oh, no, there it is. Kirsten W. She got 93. So we're looking for someone with around 60, I guess. 60,000 views. Here's one. Who is this? Nah, that's not it. Congressman Burgess, that's not it. My former protege. Somebody who used to work under her. That's a woman, but I don't think that's it. That's got more than Kirsten. The fabulous Mel K. Oh, it could be Mel K. She actually has 30,000 less views. But I thought I heard her talking shit about Santa Surfing one time, saying, oh, she used to work for me, and then she just started predicting crazy stuff, and it was too far out there. Even just now, she said, oh, yeah, she's saying that the CCP's cleaned up. I know Kirsten has a hard-on for Scott, for sure, and it does not seem to be going well. Maybe she is talking about Kirsten. I'll look that up in another video where if she doesn't have guests on, she doesn't hold back the not talking shit. She actually sells people's names. She even said, she even dropped 107's name about how she didn't like him and his real name was Wayne when she was just randomly talking to Brad one day. So she drops names sometimes. It's just not in this video. You guys could be right, though. It could be Mel K. All right, here we go.
Anytime I need to build a channel, I just keep calling Mike up until he brings me on his show. I'm like, I'll get all my people back.
Wow. You had more hits than 107.
Did Mel, or is some, I see a lot of people saying Mel K. Did Mel K used to work underneath Kirsten until Charlie made her famous or something?
Yeah.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah. But that was when I had my early on the channel. So I think as time goes on, I get more subscribers back again. Then, right. Those numbers will keep going up. So, yeah.
How long have you been down on that, Mike?
So I had like over 200,000.
Somebody said that you are funny. The magic is how quick you are. Yes. I've been told that quite a bit. Like, there are quite a few people who just refuse to like joke back and forth with me just because I'm too quick for them. I like being quick-witted. I work on it all the time. Mariah can't stand it when I use it against her, but I do pride myself in being pretty quick-witted. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. No, she came on Kirsten's show before she went on Charlie's. Oh, okay. So that's why she called her a protege. I gotcha. She used to appear on her show.
And I got like a little over 60 now. So, they're coming back pretty quick. So it's good.
It's amazing that they even allowed you to get to 200. I mean, that's surprising.
I'm surprised too, because they were like,
well, so right now the hype around Monkeyworks. The hype around Monkeyworks is only because it fits their narrative. When Monkeyworks is saying something else, they leave it out. Actually, Monkeyworks has explicitly had the team say, "Oh, MonkeyWorks confirmed this or confirmed that," and he's had to make full video at least the beginning of a video saying, "I did not say this. I know that this person's saying that I did. I know that this happened. I did not say this. What I said was blah blah blah." So they use him when it fits their narrative. They use him when they think they can force it to fit their narrative. But if he's not agreeing with them, if he's saying like Biden is on Air Force One right now, then they won't use it at all.
Hammer me. I saw it coming, so I created my other channel, and it was a wise move. I learned from you. So I saw you doing all your channels. I'm like, that's brilliant. I got to do that too. I better do that. So fortunately, I did.
The only problem is I forget which channel I'm supposed to go on. I put out the wrong channel once. Like, hey, where the hell are you? I'm like, oh boy.
I don't know why my viewer count's not working.
I think, Mike, for your channel, I think you have a lot more subscribers that are just watching, but they're not subscribed because with me they do the same thing.
I liked when the combined view. Okay, 116 in here now, guys. If you guys don't care, there's 116 people in here. Please make sure you like on YouTube, on Facebook, on DLive, whatever you can do. Like, share, subscribe, follow the page, whatever you can do. I would appreciate it. We're trying like hell to get to 2,000. We've got a telethon stream coming up where I'm going to try to get a new mixing board and maybe a new camera and do some work around the studio. I'm hoping we can hit 2,000 around them. So thank you. By the way, like and share. We hit 1,600 today. You guys are awesome.
Scott has them up there, or Scott McKay's. They're like, boom, they'll subscribe right away because he hasn't trained. Mine are like,
okay, well, where's it going to be next time? Do I subscribe here or the next channel? Yeah, that's probably what's going on, because I got more views than I have subscribers by far, and I know we all know that our channels are like getting taken.
What are we pounding, Mahio?
I never have been, but people are monetizing my work, and I don't care. It just gets out there. So, I see maybe 100,000 on a view, and there's probably triple that out there, spread out over the YouTube channel networks.
I can assure you, it's a lot more than you imagine. When I was getting some of this information from this, they call them the Overwatch, this Bloodline group. They've been keeping an eye on me for a while, and I started basically the initial opening conversation was, we're this and this and this. I'm like, what? Wow, what is this? It's encrypted, military encrypted email. You got my Proton mail now. But and the third thing they said, can prove we can trust you. I'm like, trust who? Fork you? Who are you? How can I trust you? That kind of thing, right? But they eventually told me probably about a month ago and they were giving me some information. Said, look, you now have 20+ million followers and it's climbing. And now and then they said, so here's what now, and I'll tell you this for a specific reason, not directed to me, but how how do they know that they're watching that? But they said you need to do this and this, to help fight this battle. And so that tells you that when these people are grabbing our stuff, like you said, you got other channels that have 100,000 views on your videos. I have one channel that even the same day, this guy will have, like, if I have 100,000 views, he'll have 105 on his channel. So these people are grabbing this stuff. And that's why I said early on, look, I can't get money out of YouTube, nor can you. I said, you guys out there can get money out of these scumbags. Get it. Just pump the information out. And it's happening.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Good.
Yeah, definitely. That's the bottom line is, they can take us down. They can't kill the message because too many people are grabbing it. Why? Oh, yeah. It's money. Your money, Mike. Your money.
I had a 107 video that was deleted and I got a strike for it, and I saw it all over the place on YouTube. No, and they didn't get strikes. It's like, wow.
Yeah. I think the white hats are running YouTube.
That happens with everybody's content.
So they jack us up because they know that viewers are going to get pissed and say, "Fork that. We're going to go find them somewhere." And they just pump that stuff out. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Talking about the white hats, we have the 4th in 2 weeks going blackouts. North Sweden, parts of Germany, parts of Europe, and now they're going for the Middle East. So they're doing
that. Does happen a lot. Even my one of my Simon Parks and one of my Scott videos that both got taken down for cyberbullying, harassment, or whatever. Back before I loved Scott as much as I personally do right now, YouTube, I just want to be inside him. Back when I didn't like him, you guys were right. Made a good call. Thank you. I appreciate that. Even those videos are up on mirrored channels. And it's not even edited at all. It's just someone, playing it. They don't have a camera in the corner. They're not talking over it. They didn't add text, or they didn't even put, even in the description, they didn't even put like, this was actually uploaded on this date. They just put it up. You can still find them.
They're blackout reset.
And you can find them at Odyssey.com. If you go to Odyssey, which is the library like YouTube, Odyssey is a pretty cool place. It's where Salty Cracker is now, and they're supposed to have live streaming soon. I really hope it comes. If there's a video of mine that has since been taken down off YouTube, and it's one you wanted to watch or didn't get to see, or just one that you used to like or whatever, you can find it on Odyssey. Everything I upload on YouTube gets mirrored over there automatically. I forgot about it. Like I was like, I was like, oh, I guess I need to get an Odyssey account, start uploading over there too. I forgot they had a mirroring service automatically. I think once a week, like or every 3 days or something, it grabs my videos and mirrors them over there, which is awesome.
And let me read something for you, because I'm going to try not to talk too much, because Scott's people were really angry at me because I wouldn't let him talk last time. But that was because Scott's on automatic pilot on Sundays. He does so many shows that I let him just, relax. Okay, Here we go. The alliance was composed of President Trump, or is composed of President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping, Iraqi Prime Minister, as I mentioned, Xi Jinping is working with Trump and Taiwan, Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa Al-Kazim, India President Narendra Modi, White Hats in the Department of Defense, headed by Secretary of Defense Chris Miller, Undersecretary of Defense Intel Ezra Cohen-Watnick, who is the leader of the CUE group, and General Michael Flynn, whose brother is in charge of the Pacific Fleet, Charlie Flynn, comprised around 800 special ops who advised President Trump, including Pentagon Generals, Joint Chief Mark Milley, Vice Chief John Hyten, General J.
By the way, J-Co comes out and says, oh, yeah, and there's a lot of people out here saying, look, my buddy who's in Special Forces or on the SEALs team says none of this has happened. That's because you don't know the high-up ones. They only pick the elite of the elite. Are we really comparing which SEAL is better? You know one and I know one. Yours is better because he carried out this mythical mission that doesn't exist, and mine's worse. Once you get up that high, basically they know what's going on within the teams. Come on now. Come on. And she did take her little jab of like, I'm going to go ahead and put this in there because I'm the only person who has any type of intel today, so I'm going to stick it in there because Scott's people don't like me talking, but I'll leave him on autopilot on Sunday. He does so many shows, I figured he wanted the time off, but I got to stick it in there before they get mad since I'm the only one who has intel.
James McCorniff, Adam Michael Glade, General C.Q. Brown, General Paul Nakasone, and General J.
That's pronounced Bublé. Michael Bublé. Idiot. Even I know that.
General James McCorniff, Adam Michael Glade, General C.Q. Brown, General Paul Nakasone, and General J. Raymond. And the NSA, which is the opposite of the CIA, that's corrupt, and various militaries around the globe in the SOF units, including the international force authorized to make arrests in any country, Interpol, plus U.S. Marines, National Guard, and Special Op units. Okay, there we go. That was a mouthful.
Nice. Very nice.
And I have to thank my Major General Moore that confirmed the arrest of all the arrests last year. I have that on paper if you guys want to see it. All his credentials, Major General Moore, and he did.
I saw a question about Tim Ballard, but I'm sorry I lost it. What did y'all say about Tim Ballard? Imagine how many kids. This is what Rumble. That's what I like about Rumble. They just upload the videos there and they are posted all over. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't see it. So what do y'all believe in the Tim Ballard in the new movie Sound of Freedom? Do y'all believe that there's so many children? Well, I mean, not so many, not the number that they're on. I think Tim Ballard, he's dedicated his life to this, right? I did hear that there were some exaggerations in his story, but he is one of the guys that does the research, that looks, that finds, and goes out there. He's former Special Forces or some shit, isn't he? Yeah, I think he's probably doing the right thing. I did hear there was some embellishment, and there was some for the movie, and there was some in some of the articles and press release around it, but I think he's doing all right. But to say like millions of children or 200,000 under the White House or all that kind of shit, no. I know for a fact there's a bunch of people out there that claim to be like these badass door kicking karate fucking kung fu motherfuckers that are licensed to operate deadly weapons and investigate this and that, and they're all over Instagram heroes and Facebook heroes that are just full of shit. They're just full of shit. Like just hearing them talk about the tactical side and stuff. I'm sure Tim, I'm not saying Tim. Tim has that side. He has the tactical. He knows how to talk about operations, blah, blah, blah. These people are not. They're people who couldn't become famous on their ass clapping on Instagram and TikTok. So instead, they're pretending to be these type of rescuers, and they're out there. Be very careful with who you watch. But I think Tim's doing a good, regardless of whether he's a little embellished or not, regardless of whether his interviews are a little embellished or not, in his movie, he's doing a good thing. He's doing a good thing.
He confirmed the arrest of Comey, the arrest of Lisa Page, who slept with Comey, McCabe, and Strzok, and is the niece of John Brennan.
Wow.
And that,
I saw you share that, and I got it from other people too. So I mean, they're not around anymore. Remember how vocal they were for a while, and they just went quiet. So they've been quiet a long time.
Yeah, definitely. And so that we were talking about something before Mike, before Scott came on, about the mines in Florida, the landmines in Florida found on the beaches, big landmines, and I even have a picture of one of them that was found in what was that? That was found.
Here's
in
where you bust your bubble.
They're planning some kind of event, as you know, they are, and it's all centered around President Trump because he's on that coast. I'm on the other side, thank God. But
Well, it'll be interesting to see what kind they are. If they're ours, then it's probably part of training. And if it's or they're putting them out there because there's reports of Chinese subs out there, could be for those subs. So if they're Chinese mines, that's pretty much an act of war there. So
yeah, well, China is getting ready to enter Taiwan, as you know.
They're not.
I mean, that's what's going to happen. From my intel,
not
from a while ago, that was on Scott's thing, but the U.S. Army, the military is there right now in Taiwan.
By the way, when she says he's on that coast, I'm on the other, she's talking about both sides of Florida. Not like the Pacific and Atlantic. She's talking about the Atlantic coast and the Gulf Coast.
So FYI, So let me.
If they have a strong enough force out there, because I used to, when I was in Guam, we used to get spun up all the time and head out to Japan and Okinawa and stuff like that to get ready to go to Taiwan if we needed to. But it was always just a show of force. Once we had that show of force, the Chinese always settle down. So that could be all we need to do. Just have a good show of force there, and they're not going to play the games. And it could be just posturing, trying to intimidate us, trying to intimidate.
I don't know what the hell you mean when you say Tim Ballard is Underground Railroad. Okay.
Taiwanese, which they've done, for decades and decades now. So
I'm going to show you what the mine, and you can tell us what kind of mine that is that was found. And this was on CNN. Do you see it? Right there. It's gray.
Yeah, it looks different than the one I saw that was washed up on the beach. Different one than that. That could look like it's pretty rough.
Inerts on it, so that means it's not. It looks like a training mine.
Inert.
So it's not live.
Duh, you idiot! It's got inert written on it. What did you think was going to happen? It's got what did you think this was? It's got inert written on the side of it. Inert does nothing.
So probably a training mine, like I said. So I was involved in mine demining myself at some.
Here we go.
Use this to buy a decal of a cool tattoo for your new titanium legs. Smiley
thank
face.
You. Thank you very much. I am getting a tattoo, and I thought about getting a couple, like 3 that I want, and then letting chat decide on which of the 3. I can't just let you decide a tattoo because you would have Scott's face on my face or something stupid. But yeah, I am thinking about getting a new tattoo later, but I don't know that they tattoo titanium. I'll have to stretch pork skin over it first. I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
At one point. I'm not going to give away, how we did that because it's still, classified information. So that's probably part of a training operation. Those mines sometimes get lost because they get covered up by sand, and then eventually they get uncovered and then wash up. So that happens. So that's probably all that is. Not anything to get spun up about, really.
Good to know. And then we have China is telling Taiwan if they, are going to be independent, they are going to enter. Okay. And this is what they're going after. This is what China's going after. It's the AI microchips, $2.2 trillion, which are the same microchips that they mine for Bitcoin. CCP wants full control of world data mining. It's a fortune and CPU monopoly tech control. What do you guys have to say about that?
Yeah, crypto is the future. How much of that crypto remains? Crypto right now is going to continue to explode upwards. The same with the stock market. Stock market's going to take off. It's not going to crash yet. At some point, maybe. But if Trump comes back, it'll blow up even more. So the crypto at some point.
That's not going to happen. So now they give crypto investing advice for 10 minutes, and Scott feels like he isn't getting enough airtime, so he jumps in a couple times. He's like, "What about XRP? Ron says XRP is a good thing." Ron says XRP, good thing. Good thing, Ron.
That go forward. Just like, what we saw in the dot-com crash, way back when the stock market crashed with all those tech. If you had a .com, behind your name or whatever, or some kind of tech, it blew up. and a lot of those went away in that crash.
Yeah.
And the survivors, we're seeing survivors now. Google and Microsoft, of course, and other names that are super big right now. I invested in Google when it first came out and made a ton of money. Did options on it and crazy stuff like that when I was in option trading. But it's
the reason why they were all invited to come out. And I honestly forgot, man. I was supposed to do that when we come to this channel. I forgot. But welcome back. I got you off the other channel. Well, I put it through, but it takes like an hour or two to go through off the other channels too. But the reason that I think they all got invited out there to fuck around with Tim Ballard is because Tim Ballard made this movie a few years ago. Okay, at the time, it was supposed to be funded and put out into a select theaters and then go home. Well, that didn't happen. So if you guys don't know this, sometimes studios buy and make movies and put them out there, and they shelf them. Okay, whether it's because of money or they don't think it'll do as well right now, they want to release it at a later date, they just shelf it. So one of the Deadpools was shelved like forever, and finally, like Ryan Reynolds tweeting it out, and it got stolen and like leaked. They decided to put it out finally, so his movie was shelved. Well, between the people who owned the movie and a large private donation, the movie came off the shelf to be re-released in select theaters. So I think someone who fucks around with these grifters also made the donation and said, look, we can make a killing. All we've got to do is invite out all the new age crazy Q people. We'll have them talk about how good the movie is, how they almost cried, how one of them threw up and another one charged. They were so angry. Nino was so angry he charged the screen in the theater and tried to attack the child traffickers. He was so angry. Nino mad and rips his shirt off. But they know that they're going to make a killing off this with the push of the current set of grifters. So I think somebody who invested stands to make a lot of money and is probably either one of these grifters or one really tight to one of these grifters.
It's basically all you have to do is put your money in almost any one of those right now, and you're gonna look really good. But you should do a little bit, because what I do is I cycle in and out.
Nino mad when he sees black people and just rips off his shirt. That's right.
Some of them, because some of them, they get talked up and they blow up, and that's time to pull away. And then the other ones that are like, getting ready to blow up, those are the ones you really want to.
Why bad man on big TV screen? Nino mad. Bad man, big screen. You help, Nino? You help?
Dump some good money into.
Do you have some you can give us some names?
Recommendations? Yeah, I went with 88. So all the ones that I went in that I recommended early on blew up, and I pulled out and went to other places. I got some in Digibyte.
See, Scott's sitting here deciding that he hasn't spoken of. Eventually, he'll come to the thing like, oh, I've got to get my shot in. I've got to say something. People were forgetting about me. Michael Jaco's stealing my thunder. What if people don't like me? What if they don't donate to my bus? What if they don't do this? What if they don't do that? What blah, blah, blah. So eventually he just blurts out, what about XRP? We heard XRP. And Ron Partain, who's the guy who owns QGear.com, who convinced Scott to start a show, who makes a giant chunk off Scott's merchandise, who is his business partner. And he also carries collections for RDS and some other people as well on QGear.com. Ron told me XRP good. Is XRP good?
Bought when they were well below 1 cent, way below,
Wow.
like 0 something, and bought a lot of it. And then when it goes up to 10, 15 cents, that's a lot of money. So you can play that game. Like I said, almost any of them right now we're gonna blow up. Do just a little bit of research. There's a lot of people out there that are talking really well about crypto. So just do a little research.
But what about the quantum financial system? I saw a comment that made my day, and I'm gonna make a full video on this. I'm going to go through all the people pushing the quantum financial system. If they really believed the quantum financial system was real, if they really believed that the quantum financial system was real, they wouldn't be selling merch. They wouldn't be taking donations. They wouldn't be doing all this shit. They're getting ready to have everything settled as soon as God flips the switch. As soon as God flips the switch.
get in there and get a little piece of that right now. You know, everyone should be doing crypto. And, just like the .com crash, there's going to be a crash, but not yet. So now's the time to get in but be nimble. You know, you can't just long-term invest in crypto right now. It's something that's each one of them will blow, go big, and that's when you're like, well, is it time to get out? Maybe. So I called this like a year and a half ago that this crypto was going to go. I called it back when it went to the moon. I said it's going to go low, it's going to get out, and you can follow this stuff. Just a little bit of research. It's not that hard.
What about XRP, Mike? I hear people talking about XRP all the time. What is that?
There it is. There it is. How to talk.
Into this new complete quantum financial realm. US dollar goes away, US note comes on, gold back. People think there's going to be a couple of cryptos left. That'll be, maybe that are the integration of the movement of this money digitally or gold money digitally.
Oh, that's how they make allowances for their crypto. Oh, the ones we're telling you to invest in. Those are the good ones. Those are the ones ran by the black hats, the white hats, the yellow hats, the construction hats, in welding hoods. Those people are going to be the ones that actually make this through. So make sure you invest in those. By the way, I bought in early, so by you buying in when I tell you to, hundreds of thousands of followers, you are making me money. Hell, I might be the one selling it to you while I'm telling you to buy in.
What do you think? Where does XRP fit in there?
A lot of people talked it up. I'm not by any means an expert. I'm not an expert, and don't take my advice. Put that warning out right now. But XRP, from what I've heard, and I invested in XRP early on, and made nice profit off it. If you're still in XRP, you're looking good. You might want to keep it in there. Looks like it might take off a little bit here. It might not be too late to get in XRP, but that's up to you. To do that critical thinking on your own. But there's other ones out there that are it's like we talked about the .com boom. It's basically crypto's a .com boom right now, and it's all crypto's going big.
It wasn't quite that simple.
XRP has the potential, to be that one. From what I've heard, I've heard other experts to say that all crypto, and they're very, very knowledgeable, that pretty much 99% of crypto is deep state. So deep state's in control right now. That's why crypto is going to the moon, and that's why even though we're almost in depression era, problems in the U.S. right now as far as
Biden's about to get the little girl. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate it.
Stock market's going to the moon. That's all.
Valerie with the $20 for the tattoo.
I just saw where the top corporation like Amazon, so those knuckleheads, they made like $2 trillion. All those top guys during this lockdown. This is all about design. All of this is all about design. But there's, at one time I was like, I'm not gonna invest in the stock market anymore because it's all corrupt. Because I got tired of being burned. It should have gone logically a certain way, but it was manipulated. I'm like, I'm just sick of that. Now being an intuitive, I'm like, play your games. I'm gonna be ahead of you. So that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna make my money while you guys make your money.
By the way, Jordan Sather had it right when he called these guys out. The team came together to spin this narrative. Okay, so someone claimed to know some SEALs, and they said the boat was stuck and they were going to do an inspection. Well, Michael Jatko, he remote viewed someone on the boat, and it just so happened that it was a kid that was being human trafficked. And then he called in some buddies, and then Scott knows the people at the Space Force and the people that are the Guardians of the Galaxy, so they told him that it actually happened, and then he gets the numbers, and he pacified. They all worked together. Even she was in on it, talking about where the ship was from and the ties to Jennifer Psaki and Clinton Foundation, all that shit. They worked together to spin this whole conspiracy theory, and you've seen it all over the web. These are the people responsible. That list of people that Jordan Sather was calling the team, that list of people are responsible for this, and it's been everywhere. They're getting good at it. They're getting good at spinning a narrative. They're getting good at spinning a conspiracy. They're getting good at putting it out there.
And then very good. When you guys crash, I'm gonna put my money to work for good.
What? So do you think, Mike, that there has to be some time where all these cryptos out there, with this new system, if they're actually, some people don't believe there is a quantum system. They don't, who knows? I guess none of us know the whole truth. Right? Otherwise, we would never get there because everybody, the bad guys know too. But it seems to me like logically, a lot of these simply have to go away. They got to settle on something that has a track or becomes a stable track for the flow of money digitally. I can't imagine. I've heard that 99% of these cryptos, once this all happens, are just going to disappear. Like,
I lost money on Bitcoin.
Is that what you see happening?
Wow, they just went right over her. I lost my. She was panicking. She hasn't talked in like 20 minutes. She's afraid that she actually died, and she's actually trapped by Michael Jatko remote viewing through her body and won't let her leave this earth. So she just had to check. This is just, am I still physically alive check, or am I Michael Jatko remote viewing through my own body? I lost money on Bitcoin. But you had to check. Somebody's got to do it.
That's going to happen, and that's what all the really good guy experts say. Just like we have good guy health people that inform us well, we have a good people that are informing us, but they're saying the same thing. It's don't miss out on this opportunity to make money. But
yeah, it gives me somewhere to put my crazy out for a while. Yeah, I think PTSD has been good for me personally, for sure. Or for my PTSD personally, the YouTube and talking and ranting and raving. I'm sure Mariah gets tired of hearing how concerned I am about the back window and shit like that, or a blind spot in one of our cameras, and I'll fixate on it for weeks until I can fix it. And shit like that.
With some of these cryptos that went to the moon last time crash. At some point, they will crash again, but it'll some of them will go forward because that's the future. It's just like .com stuff. Back in 2001. When the market crashed, I lost a ton of money back then. And
please don't thank me for my service. We've already been over that. I appreciate it. I know everybody appreciates my service, and I'm not like I wasn't like some kind of badass or hero. This guy was a badass. I mean, he was a Navy SEAL trainer, blah blah blah. I just did my job, my personal job, and that was it. I didn't do nothing crazy, no above and beyond, no fucking Bronze Star shit. This guy was a badass. I hate that he's reduced to this, that this is what he does now, but he was at one time a bad motherfucker.
And being in the military Navy SEAL, that was hard, So all my investments, for years. But that's all manipulation. These guys they blow these markets up, they make their money. They're like, oh, you got to get into this, and everybody gets into it, and it blows up, and then pull their money out quietly, and then it collapses. So they play these games all the time. When you start to understand that, you start to see that you're more nimble. Before I wasn't nimble enough, and I got burned quite a bit. I got tired of it. So now I'm nimble. I'm watching, and I'm playing, and it's very profitable right now for me. So as far as profitability, I would say where a lot of people have been, getting crushed unfortunately getting crushed, and I have compassion for them over this last year and a half. I've made more money than ever, and that's because I'm intuitive now, and I come in and I look at stuff big picture. I don't look at this is the way it should work, and yeah, it should work that way. But when people are manipulating everything, it's not going to work that way. So when you see on a bigger picture intuitively, then you can make these moves and be very profitable. So,
what about yeah, Kirsten? You had something you were going to ask when I was.
Well, I was going to say they're doing 4 things to our country that they're playing with. Number 1 is the gun grab. Number 2 is illegal surge. Number 3 is the crashing the economy that we're talking about right now. And to add on to that, I have to say that I have lost money through Bitcoin. So, but I have one stock that
is to get it in as well.
It was given to me by Trade Genius that I do a show with every month. And that's UUUU. That's uranium mining. It's been a winner, a huge winner. And the last thing that they do, the 3, and then the last thing that they do is a vax passport. So all those 4, we have the gun grab, illegal surge, economic crash, and the last one is a vax passport, which is not working out for everyone. So it's all good. But what were you saying, Scott? What was I going to ask about what?
That's what I think you were going to interject that. I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity.
Sorry.
So what about silver, gold? I had a conversation with somebody yesterday. I'm going to have another conversation with this economist from the Trump administration that is in the gold and silver business, and where he's connected to the owner of the depository, that even government stored in this depository. I might fly out and actually see this depository with my own eyes, because if I'm going to buy any silver or gold, I want to make sure I'm it's not paper. It's real. Here it is.
Oh yeah.
So see, from my point of view, because I don't stay up on all this stuff, it's I'm thinking, man, how do you find the time to even monitor what's going on with those investments? I'm thinking, okay, if I had anything to buy for me, I'd be like, I'm looking at wealth preservation, to preserve the capital, dump that into something, and to make sure that if everything goes to shit, because we've just, at the end of the day, we've been surprised before. And I don't have I haven't spent any time to gain the knowledge on crypto or anything to that nature. So I'm thinking, well, I would definitely just want to make sure if the cards fell, that I'm sitting on something that, that has some long-term value, at least still there. Unless I do have some XRP, Ron handles that stuff for me because that's his wheelhouse. I'm like, okay, you take a few bucks of mine here, put an XRP and see what comes out of it. But I couldn't pretend to even know. So, and I'd like to take the time. I just simply don't pull the time away for it. So I'm wondering, where does gold, silver fit in right now? I mean, is it something that's valuable to buy? I mean, I think you said you did, Michael.
Oh yeah. So I've been investing since I was I would say 9 years old. So it's a long time. So I watch markets, and it's just always fascinated me. And I've done well. I've done well with coin, extremely well with silver and gold. I called it early. When gold was I think 250 at one point way back. I was telling all my buddies, hey, get into gold, and then I went to the moon, and I got out when it hit that peak. Circumstances were that I needed the money. I was like, time to sell my silver and gold.
There you go.
Sold, and at the peak.
Sold off at silver and gold.
Buying it very heavily, again, more heavily than I have at any time in my life, because I'm seeing it's going to go to the moon. Now, it's still it's like we talk about,
suppressed,
suppressed, extremely suppressed. It's been suppressed for a long time. When Nixon came off the gold standard, it was suppressed. So it's something has a potential, which I believe is going to go to an unbelievable level. So don't invest in anything you can't afford to lose. Don't bet the house on it. Don't bet your retirement on it or anything like that. But if you have money, to put into these things like crypto, the stock market, I like the NASDAQ, and also gold and silver. You can spread your money around. You should always spread your money around like that. Then all of those have done extremely well for me. So I just look at I tell everyone that will listen, buy a little gold, buy a little silver. I mean, if you can't afford gold, silver is still reasonable. Buy a few ounces here, buy a few ounces there, but do it. Dollar cost average into it. Every time you get a little money, hopefully every few weeks or a month, you're putting money into silver at the minimum. But silver has the potential of going the highest. For exchange. You buy 100 ounces of silver, buy 100 ounces of gold. You're going to be better off in the long term with the 100 ounces of silver. As far as like dollar cost average, how much is going to return on it percentage wise.
I love American Eagle coins. That's what I usually buy. They're easy to get rid of. And it's great. I have this to add about the finances. We have Forbes got 500 billion in PPP funds. As you know, they're giving all this money out to help the small business.
I'm going to skip ahead. I thought there was a part I wanted to hear right here, though.
What is it? That Japanese food chain. What was that called?
Nobu
getting millions of dollars when he's worth 500 million. Now they have to pay back $500 billion to PPP. Okay. And all they do is this money's not backed by anything. It's just stamped cash. It's really worthless. We have the Vatican that's broke, and we have something.
Most of them lack discipline. I would say I've had a different experience, but I didn't actually, I haven't worked hand in hand. It was more like I've seen them. I spoke to them while they were doing their separate thing that had nothing to do with my mission. And since then, I had probably had a couple encounters like that. And since then, I know a couple since I've got out. One that's still on a team, two that left the team. And they seem to be very, very disciplined, reserved, more methodical than anything. But I'm sure there are some that are like fucking loudmouth cowboy types.
About Ever Given? How many people died? Do you remember the numbers on that?
Yeah, I was actually just scrolling through that emails here looking for that. I don't know if you heard any of this, Mike, but they had these guys are they're of this bloodline group. They're operators in the world you operated in, so they're still connected. And I get some pretty. This is way too long to read. This is probably one of the biggest drops. It was very detailed, right down to the Kazarian controlled cargoes that were in transit. One of the things they talked about. Like 13 DOAs were like 1366 and AOA.
I feel like he probably came home and off the battlefield after having that his whole life and felt kind of useless, and he wanted to bury himself into something, and it just turns out the first thing he found to bury himself in becomes some crazy conspiracy religion bullshit about remote viewing and at the astral plane and stuff.
Ways were like 14 something. So the point they were making was that just like human cargo, if they can stop the movement of that cargo and it gets into the other ports beyond the time that it's supposed to, then they can expire. The cargo, can expire. And vaccines that were on there were no different, because if they pull those up, then they basically come into whatever port, hitting their expiration date, which makes them no good. So it's kind of a multi-phase operation. And then of course we know that, and the technology that I got a document on to try to read the technology they're using from Space Force to identify that weapon that was on there. Apparently there were weapons headed for 100 different ports that were going to be used to take down the Five Eyes Nations and a Chinese invasion of the Five Eyes Nations, like from what it says. But apparently the vaccines expired because I think those have to be stored like below zero or something like that. But they were talking, I was shown the Space Force technology itself on how it's like reading a thesis on particle physics. You're like, is this Chinese or Latin or what is it? I read it and I could grab, like, there was some things in there I could understand, like the and stuff like that. But it was pretty tough.
You did say that the Space Force blocked the signal from the nuke deploying from Patterson. Is it Patterson base? And that was in Ohio, actually. That wasn't in Colorado. That's what I have. And now they're trying to get insurance on all of that stuff that was lost, and they're not getting it. They're broke. I'm telling you, they're broke. Like I said with Mike earlier, they got the insurance. The county of Broward got the insurance on the shooting, the Parkland shooting, $6 million, because they were getting broke. This time, they're not getting the insurance money, and they're really going broke. I mean, that's what the finances are of the elites right now. They're really, really losing everything. And once the Starlink is complete, they have how many? 1,300 or so Starlink satellites up. Once they reach the 2000, then everything's going to go on. That would be the blackout. Then the
now it's tied to we gotta have 2,000 Starlink satellites. Okay, makes more sense.
Mr. Elon Musk. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's get into this. I want to play this for you. And
let me talk about Scott's stuff real quick. So okay. Scott, with my remote viewing and stuff like that, I was calling early that they needed to get in there because people were expiring on the while it was stranded like that, because they couldn't get out and service them and stuff because they would have everyone would have seen it. So that doesn't surprise me. That many people unfortunately didn't survive. Now I have other people. Now if you look at my background, SEAL Team 6, CIA, and then my intuitive abilities and stuff like that, I see stuff on a different level. Now, if you're like a junior special forces guy and you're informing other people about stuff, like looking at me and going, yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's like you're like Sandlot, football, telling a Super Bowl quarterback that he's stupid,
So I've been out for years. If you're in and you come out and you say, hey, like what he's saying is not true. I'm still in. I'm still operating at this level, this high level. That's not true. You are a Sandlot quarterback attacking Michael Jaco, the Super Bowl quarterback.
So some people are getting informed and talking out there from lower level, SEAL,
I did notice that, Valerie.
Special forces people like that. They just don't have the background to give any information. Yeah, they're not being involved in it because they only pick the top guys to be involved in stuff like this. This stuff goes on all the time where top guys get involved and do things that no one ever hears about. So we're getting little pieces of this come through. So don't shoot the messengers. We're trying to inform people. If you're hearing from other people that are fairly well connected, but they're hearing from lower level people, maybe, I don't know. That's kind of what I'm getting. Just keep your eyes open. Just be open. We're not the end all to all this information. Maybe some of them have wrong, but when it ties into things that are going on right now, it's like, wow, there might be something to this. So just stay open. Don't get stuck on something. Don't get stuck on stupid, like I say. And be aware that there's a lot of things going on in the world right now that are going to be revealed that are going to blow everybody's socks off.
Ooh, blow your socks off automatically.
And we're trying to baby feed some of you, and some of you are very, very informed, especially this crowd, Scott's crowd, Thurston's crowd, my crowd that's probably in here too, are very well informed. But it starts
already.
To you guys share this stuff, and some people are like, my buddy in SEAL teams or my buddy in special forces said that's bullshit. They would never do that. And I don't know of anybody doing those missions. Well, because they're not at the high levels, So,
the thing, you're right about that. You have to look at it as information. And I know this because here's one thing that was shared with me, that there is a false narrative, and they walk through the false narrative with me. Or I say they, I'll just say he. I just call him Overwatch because obviously, I'm just trying to do the right thing. But they walk through this real short narrative of misinformation that they're putting out there for a certain reason. And then they came back and said, like I have one here. This is one that said just days thereafter, I need to create a hard copy of this folder. BSM Operation Evergreen. BSM stands for Bernard Schulte Ship Management. That's the management company that manages this ship. And now we know that, and I haven't had time to dig on this, but I was told to focus on BSM. Focus, pay attention. Don't let this go. Watch what happens. In the interim. From this point is that I can't mention the names, but the managing director of this company, the CCP, is connected to Bill Gates, is connected to Branson and Jeffrey Epstein. Right now, you put these little pieces together, say, whoa, okay, is there something bigger than just the trafficking, the sex trafficking, SRA, whatever that is? That's one thing. And there was something else in here. Oh, so the director, the managing director of the ship management company, has attended Wuhan University of Technology, graduating with a diploma in marine engineering. And it says amongst many other study degrees in the UK under the Pilgrim Society, which is the Khazarian mafia. All those within the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers have maritime law degrees, which is quite interesting that all of these people, the top Khazarian elite bankers, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, all have degrees in maritime law. Why? That's how they hamstring us in this country. Right. And we can't get any justice here. It says, hence it pays to know your enemies and who you're dealing with. It says there are no coincidences with this particular individual, and that's this managing director of the ship company or the management company that manages Evergreen, and they're in. So this is a big company.
It's always got this mysterious back tie to it, huh?
Human trafficking, and it says here, no matter what you hear, and they accentuate some words with all caps, no matter what you hear from anyone else, including stupid websites claiming to be fact checkers and the like this is what's happening. And it says this email alone should be proof enough on those directly involved in how embedded they all are with one another. Just their LinkedIn profiles alone sends flags once you see who they're connected to and follow across this media platform. They are all sworn members of the Pilgrim Society, aka Khazarian Mafia. So, so what I found interesting about that is that number one, we know the surface information, true or not, trafficking, weapons, whatever, we believe that. But like you said, we just put the information out there, and you and I had this recent beta that jumped up with some silliness, and we say this all the time. Hey, this is what I'm being told. Can I verify this? Absolutely not. Can I validate it? No. If I climb through all this stuff that comes to me, and I guarantee you they're watching this right now, because every show I'm like, oh, geez, is there anything that I'm doing anywhere they're not watching? Because then they'll come back and refer back to something else and refer to somebody. And then they'll give me this information and they'll show, go back to your email, check this, what we sent you, look at the dates, look this, look at that. How do you think we knew ahead of time? Here's the publications in the world that it was in. And they lay this out like to constantly show me, do your homework. This isn't bullshit. How do you think we know this stuff, and feed it out there at certain times? I still don't have the time to go through all of it to say, oh, yes, 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 yes. But it's not blind faith that I'm taking when this stuff comes at me. You know, it just takes a more time focused commitment to climb through all this. Say, you know what, here it is. Here's a proof. But on the surface, when I look at it, I'm like, first of all, this is logical. It makes sense. Do a little research. Boom, the pieces fit. The puzzle pieces fit. So most of what I'm hearing from everybody else out there, like in something like Evergreen, they're pretty close. I mean, you know, I don't see anything outlandish out there like, that's bullshit. It all looks, you know, to me that it's all in this minute details that may not apply, but for the overall big picture, it all pieces together from what I'm getting.
Yeah. And like you said, they're all in the maritime law. We're going to find out, I think very soon, that all of the law that we have been running on is all fake. And that we're going to be pretty pissed about that, because we've been, like, you know, controlled by law for a long time.
You're going to be pissed.
You had excellent guests on.
Don't worry. Old Mike will be here.
Air and water.
You see that guy?
Oh my God. The guy was, and so we're all
living on the Truman Show.
For a long time. So there's a lot of information we're going to find out very soon that is going to blow everybody's socks off on that. And just the justice, because the justice is all corrupt. It's all maritime law. And it's made for them against us. So it's gonna be crazy, some of the stuff we find out.
Russell,
we have Jocelyn Benson, the AG of Michigan, who got a scholarship from the Pilgrim Society. So just FYI.
You know what? I think when we get a chance to see like a visual schematic of all like the main characters, so many of them, there's thousands, but the main characters, and we see how the lines are all drawn, who they're tied to, what institutions, what, you know, academic, you know, institutions and all that. We're just going to be sitting here like, how could we not see this? Like, how could we not see this?
Yeah. But once it's pointed out, it's like, oh, it's so obvious then. It's obvious. Yeah.
It's amazing. You know, they become so great at hiding everything in plain sight. I mean, look at for example, the things that grabbed me the most were Disney films. When you start to see the phallic symbols that they have in Disney films, the pedophilia, all this shit. When you're looking at it, you're like, man, I love that when I was a kid. And you're looking at it, you're like, holy Mary, Mother of God. Like, no shit. It's right in front of us. It's right in front of us.
He was a pedo, as you know.
Yeah. So Russell J. Gold, people have been asking me, like, I see the threads sometimes in the shows. You can't, you know, get to them, but everybody wants, and I've done probably 2 radio shows, 2-hour radio shows probably last summer on Russell J. Gold and capturing the Title IV flag. And so folks, when you want me to go talk about it, go back. It's there. It's archived. Go through the whole thing. But where do you see, have you guys heard anything about, like, what I do know is that basically when we went through the process to save our asses from reverting back to the subjectiveness of the British crown, that, he's like, okay, now we captured the Title IV flag. What do I do now? And it was the U.S. Navy was the first organization to sign on with Russell J. Gold, from what I understand, which makes kind of sense given what we see with Admiral Rogers and everything that came out, you know, the evolution of NSA in 2015. But, you know, where you brought him up, I'm kind of curious why you brought up Russell J. Gold. Where do you see that? Where's that fit in your wheelhouse?
So just like you're mentioning, you know, he captured the flag in the post office, Postmaster General. He says he owns both of those. They beat him for it, all kind of crazy stuff. His partner basically, you know, gave in and gave up information to the. Did
he really?
That's what he said. He said, I just saw just recently, April 9th, where he came out. And he was talking about sinking, shipping, war, and rise of the sovereignty. So, you know, he's been on this for a long time. He's been talking this information, you know, quantum, you know, law and stuff like that. I've seen some people that take on this quantum law. Like there's one business here in California that is a restaurant and took the quantum law and put it in their you know, when they dealt with the health department trying to shut them down, they used quantum law. And they couldn't shut them down, and no mask. In fact, they say no mask allowed in the restaurant, and it's, you know, it's in their face. So if you learn the quantum law, like he talks about, then you can overcome, you know, a lot of this you know, rogue maritime law system that's basically trying to, you know, entrap us and keep us locked down. So yeah, I mean, he talks about how, you know, when we're born, your birth certificate is all in caps. It just lines it all up, and you're like, wow, they put caps on your tombstone, you know, because they own us. They feel like they own us. When you start to look at it like that, like, well, that's why they do the things they do to us. That's why they, you know, you know, the top 1%, I guess, the reptilians, the Draco. And so anyway, these and their bloodlines, and they feel that we're beneath them, that we're like cattle. Just like, unfortunately, you know, I look at the cattle out there eating the grass. I'm like, you know, I'm probably going to eat you. You're very sweet and very nice, but you know, and that's the way they look at us. They're going to do whatever they want with it because we're cattle to them.
Yeah, the mere thought of that a number of times makes me say, should I go vegan?
I know, right?
I gotta skip, guys. I can't. This is killing me. We gotta skip.
That did very, very well. Actually outsold all the others. Okay. That's me and Mr. Cosby, who was a great friend. That's me and that's me and the dogs. I'm sorry, we missed some stuff here. This is me and
I zoned completely out. I had nothing. Oh God, damn! They're just like, why do people watch this in and out, day in and out, in and out, in and out?
I have just done a lot of that. That's my book.
This is the point that I wanted to show. This is where she exposes herself. That's what I wanted to skip. That's what I was waiting on, but that's what I was going to skip to. Here we go. Listen to. Oh God, you saw a picture. Hold on. Here we go.
What linked to Playboy, excuse me, but Donald Trump Jr. was married to a Playmate and had 4 children from him. So if the Republican Party, which I'm not part of anymore, is going to oust me because I'm linked to them, let me just give them do it, right? Why not the Chinese girl? No problem. The concentration camp. As I said, the same general that owns the concentration camp.
Here we go. She's going to out herself.
130,000 acres in West Texas and the land in Mexico also. That's one of the main ones that President Xi is trying to take out. Nice. That general specifically, okay, that one is way out, okay, way off. So this is the fun part of the show where, you know, I like to expose all the Chinese intel, which, as you know, that's what someone's got to do it, right? Why not the Chinese girl? No problem.
That's a Chinese girl, you know.
Yeah, there we go. And for my stalker, who you know who you are, the Puerto Rican person that's stalking me and sending emails to Amanda Grace saying that I am not a very nice girl because I'm what linked to Playboy. Excuse me, but Donald Trump Jr. was married to a Playmate and had 4 children from him. So if the Republican Party, which I'm not part of anymore, is going to oust me because I'm linked to them, let me just give them some information so they can really oust me. Here we go. On me. I'm going to expose myself. Okay, here we go. Shall we just look at the pictures with the Playmates of the year? It's scandalous. And here we go. Well, here we have me on that. We have me here. Here's one picture. Let's keep going. Let me oust myself. This is the fun part. This is me and this other Playmate, Susie Simpson. I'm going to keep going, okay? Here's me, Ava Fabian, Luann Lee, Playmate, all Playmates, Carrie Stevens, all doing an ad. Yes, I am a very bad girl. That's my centerfold wine line that did very well. Actually outsold all the others, okay? That's me and Mr. Cosby, who was a great friend. That's me and, sorry, that's me and the dogs. I'm sorry, we missed some stuff here. This is me and the Miss Teen Hawaii USA. She became Miss Hawaii USA, and yeah, Emma Woe. So yes, I have done a lot of bad things. Okay, I have just done a lot of that. That's my book that was signed by Hugh Hefner, who was CIA. He had videos in video cameras in every room. So I'm happy to expose myself, everyone. It's all good. I don't care. I have no problem with doing it. Let me keep going. Here we go. Here we have this. We have Playmate of the Year, Julie Cialini, me in the middle, and Donna Perry. Let me keep going. Here is Susie Simpson, Julie Cialini, and I. I think you get the picture, everyone. This is Roberta Vasquez, Beth Richards, who was Charlie Sheen's girlfriend, and I could write a whole book on what he did, and me. Okay, so I'm a very, very.
Let me keep going.
Girl. So really, yeah, I'm
you're exposing people. You're a bad girl, so we have to make stuff up on you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just horrible. These are all my crimes that they want to dig out. That's me in Malibu. Yes, there you go. Yes, I am 5'8". There we go, and you can find my measurements wherever you want to look.
You better not put that picture up there again. I was going to reach into my camera here and slap that backyard. You need to stop doing that.
This is a farewell show for Scott, who's going to be at Tulsa, at the show in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I've been really.
This is their last Sunday together.
A hard time that you should be talking.
Oh,
so that's just me because you know how I'm completely loyal to all my friends, and now I'm a good friend. I'm going to support him too.
I'm a little on a good note. So you're going to steal. That's awesome.
Yeah, tomorrow at about noon, because Gene Decodes wants to do a huge premiere on my channel, which I can't do live. He will be doing some big premiere of Intel at about 12 noon. I'll put it up on backup channels after that. But anyone is welcome to jump on if you guys want to jump on. You can. I know Scott's busy, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at my schedule again. I know I got some things right around there, but if I could find a way to jump on, I love listening.
I don't think Hugh Hefner was CIA. I think Hugh Hefner was good at blackmail.
Gene, but yeah, so that tour, I had kind of backed myself, Mike, into a corner earlier in the year, and I said we're gonna do a Patriot Street Fighter tour, and these people, it's like if you say something, it's golden. Like, when is it gonna happen? They've been bugging me for months. Like, when's the tour? I'm like, oh, I got to do a tour now. So I was like, all right, and I talked to RDS, and I said, look, he asked me about coming on that, and I said, you know what, I've got to do this, obviously. I said, but I'll get my own bus coach and get all that stuff take care of, just kind of set sail in tow with those guys. I'll break away from it from time to time because I got other speaking engagements I got to fly to away from that. But I think it's gonna be a lot of fun to get out there and actually see the people, and we'll see what happens. It's a I know one thing, guys like you don't come cheap. That's what I'm learning, man. I'm talking to some of these guys, like a guy that just sort of became friends with. He does the training for all these security, the presidential security detail for the president of Israel. He's like one of your caliber, and so he was laying out like, what's this going to take? And so he's laying it out. I'm like, look, I'm not a president. I'm just me. We're not going to need all this stuff, bulletproof SUVs and stuff.
Was that Gavin DeBecker? Did you talk to Gavin DeBecker?
No, I probably
Gavin DeBecker does all the intel for everyone, including it's my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. I can get you a discount. He does the security for Mr. Amazon himself. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And he's got a huge thing. So if you need protection, just tell me and I'll make a phone call. So there we go. But I want to thank you guys for coming on. Mike, you're amazing. You are on fire today. And Scott, farewell on your tour. It's not like I'm probably going to stop doing Sundays because I'm really burnt. But I'm happy to come on anytime anyone wants me to. And you guys are happy. Anytime you want to come on, please feel free. I'm very
so because he's going to Tulsa and then I guess going on tour and shit, this is going to be the last Sunday they do together. It's a farewell show.
Part of your Sunday afternoon.
They only did
Scott,
3.
How many months of coming on and waking up every Sunday. I really do appreciate it. You're a really good friend.
Cutting into my Harley time. I should have been in the wind by now.
And then I dragged Mike along with it. So it's okay.
Oh, fun. Thank you.
Always fun.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, have a good Sunday, everyone. Thank you for coming on. I hope it was an interesting show and it got juicy at the end. It's all good.
Oh, that's the best show yet. It's the best I've seen.
All right.
Why are we stopping now? What are we doing next Sunday? Yeah.
You're going to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's where you're going to be. Right. Okay. All right. Take care, guys.
You guys have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot, guys.
Remember how mad she was when he gave out the link and all his viewers were joining the call?
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Idiots. Nah, that's Scott McKay. That was the update. That was actually from yesterday. He did one tonight. I really want to see. Hold on. The only thing I want to see here before we move on is he's going to announce how much money he raised. Hold on. I do want to see that.
Is the right form. As to them shall belong to future security.
Where we are. And that solution is this. If you haven't checked out scottmckay.us, the site, Mitchell just did a revamp of that site, did a great job on it. And cleaner, simpler, I guess. I don't really understand these things. They're not really in my wheelhouse, but looks good to me. But here's the thing. From now on, when a channel goes down and you don't know, are we on, I don't want to have this conversation, next year, hey, we're on Patriot Street Fighter 47. See who outlasts who here. We're not going anywhere. But it's going to be easy to that we have active, that we're going to be broadcasting on, it'll be there. So if I can't get the word out across all social media.
Okay, Snaggy. Well, you can leave, brother.
Guess what?
I like the fan base.
Everybody in the world, listen to what I'm saying. Anybody, I should say, in our world. If you can't find me, you can't find the live streams, go to scottmckay.us. That's where they're going to be. You want to find how, because I get this all the time in the threads. If I see them, where can I buy the shirts? Tonight, it's Patriot Street Fighter Air Support. That's an Apache.
Yeah, we're going to skip ahead. I wanted to see his shirt and his introduction on. I'll start skipping in just a minute.
Around Texas. Guess which one do you think I'm wearing? I'm wearing a Save the Kids shirt or anything to do with child sex trafficking.
Gotta be. Got to raise awareness.
So anyway, so you can get to the shop there. It's at the top, I think. I can't remember. I just briefly looked at the site last night. So if you want the Patriot Street Fighter gear, that's where you get it. It's at scottmckay.us. Yes, there's an email registration form there in the front page.
Also, the person that you said was delusional, go to bed, she was doing an impression of Scott. I don't know. You said you didn't deserve to get banned and that, you just disagreed. You didn't. You attacked my channel, my content. You said I was just as bad as these people. Then you went to several other channels and left shitty comments on them. And you went out and reached out privately to people in my community and asked them why they even fucking liked me because they didn't know me in real life. And so I got all those screenshots. That's why you got blocked the first time, man. If you don't like it here, you don't have to stay, buddy. But it's not gonna be made to fit you. It's made to fit me. That's why it's my channel.
Scott still doesn't have an automated email system for you folks yet. I apologize. I just haven't prioritized it. I know it's critical. We're gonna get there. I promise you, we're gonna get there. So Patriot Street Fighter 6, 7, and 8 went down. Here's what's interesting. This is what they do to me, anyways.
4 channels went down.
This is 11, as you know, but
4 channels.
Just what it is. So a couple things to talk to you about tonight. Let's see. Just had a conversation. There's something else I'm forgetting here. People are asking about Tulsa. Yes, by now you should all be in Tulsa. I'll be easy to run into because I pretty much stay out in the crowd as much as I can. And I
stay out in the crowd.
If I can't get a chance to meet a number of you while we're there, I'll kind of figure.
Is everything wheelchair accessible in case you run out of steam?
So I might find a place where we can all gather. Patriot Street Fighters can gather for a little time together so we can chat. I know it might be tough in an environment like that.
I wonder why Brother Dave likes the show so much.
If it gets to be something like that, I will on the run that weekend.
Dude, I've got the screenshot where you sent the guy who made my theme song a message that says, "Why do you even like Will? Do you even know him in real life?" which he doesn't, but you don't either.
Put something out, Telegram. Hey, I'll be over here at a certain time. Let's get together and say hello to you folks if that's necessary. Maybe we all get to shake hands, give hugs, all that kind of stuff in Tulsa. I got a call today. There's a film that's going to be made, and it's being made for God and country. And I'll leave the title out because a
film being made.
I think this title is where I won the trouble with free speech. They called me today, asked me if I'd be willing to be in their documentary film. Of course, it's Forgotten Country. I accept it. And it looks like we're going to do some type of a interview situation in this documentary, and then they want to get a little footage, on two wheels. So the producer, who is Nick Searcy, he's probably known best for he's at you guys want to connect on Monday the 20th. I think it's Monday the 20th. Let me see if that's the date you want to come over and gather for. I think it's Tuesday actually. It's on the tour, so I'll get a chance to finally connect with some Texas Patriots if you're around that weekend.
Scott can't stand who.
Why don't you just do an event in Dallas for the last couple of to sidestep those times, because there'll be people.
I'm excited when they get to Dallas and they do the they're pretending like the General Flynn Sidney Powell event that's there that we've been referring to as QCon, that was set up by QAnon John. They're pretending like it's their event, but it's not their event.
Here that might come to our event here, but also
he's been here a couple times here lately.
To the general, to those, I think the bravest people that I know at this point right now, who are targeting the same people I'm targeting. This Kazarian Mafia is Sidney Powell, it is Linwood, it is General Flynn. So that's where our focus needs to be. So until it comes, the discernment you have to have, not me in particular for this, there's been enough information given. What they say, it was stolen, massive fraud. They're using this COVID bioweapon attack. The intelligence 17 back channel information did a killer job. My sister loved it. So I direct people to these very long time. Again, this Kazarian Mafia banking power, this criminal satanic cabal that controls every planet or every country on the planet. I just wonder where they come up with these names, but whatever it is, there's infiltration. That's why I continuously tell people, do your own research, do your own research. And that means finding out what you need to know. Now we have hack you or for whatever reason, because your message is resonating. There's no question with what information out there that I can't validate, because few people can validate some of the high levels of intel unless you're right there. This isn't for me to say, this is the reality that I know to be 100% true. I've said this the whole time. I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. You decide, right? I'll tell you what I'm seeing and hearing. You piece it together with the other stuff that's out there, and then you make your own judgments. The important thing with my show, with the tipping point, is number one, they know I'm right, and they know I'm not talking about them. They're patriots. But I wanted you to understand two things. These people are scumbags, and you need to wake the hell up, and you need to start thinking for yourself and not having everybody do all of the work for you. This group I call Overwatch, they don't do all my work for me, but they, I got to go read when I can and try to figure things out. So that's just a little bit for you to understand the infiltration into this movement of to try to wake people up. It's going to probably get nastier. I see some things rise up in 2 weeks. I'm like, who are these clowns? Where the hell they come from? One of them that did step up, as you know, I thought, here's a guy that talks about doing your research.
Top chat excludes what it's supposed to be for is to get rid of the bots. And if I was replying to chat all the time, which is too hard to run the show and reply, it would show more the people that I like their comments and reply than it shows people that I have interacted with. And if I interact with you and then you interact with someone, if I interacted, I interact with you, but you interact with someone else, then you can get them on top chat. But it doesn't work right for live streams. It just doesn't, because typically the live streamer doesn't come in here and reply and like comments while it's going on. I do it afterwards or on recorded videos. It's very strange.
He did none on me, like none. Because if he would have, there's nothing he wouldn't have said anything, because he discredited himself in a terrible. Get nastier. I see some things rise up in 2 weeks. I'm like, who are these clowns? Where the hell they come from? One of them that did step up, as you know, I thought, here's a guy that talks about doing your research. He did none on me.
Jordan Sather.
If he would have, there's nothing he wouldn't have said anything, because he discredited himself in a terrible
Jordan
way.
Sather.
Totally discredited somebody who I had respect for. But everything he said, it's like, oh, really? Go back over a year, watch every Tipping Point radio show that I turned into a video. Go back to the first live stream, watch them all. Guess what? All the evidence is there, all the truth. Again, this is a lazy person that didn't want to do it.
All of it.
Agenda. And the thing you have to ask yourself, folks, is this: what is the motivation in life in general? When somebody is doing anything, it's really simple. Business or otherwise, what's the motivation here? In a business deal, for this move, that move, what's the motivation? You think about that. It'll answer the questions you really need to answer. So most important thing is you have to discern the truth for yourself. Most important thing. If people don't start to think for themselves, folks, they're not going to wake up. I can tell you this. I've heard that there is great concern, or a fair amount of concern, for. Got to move my. This is my. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is the Patriot Street Fighter Glock 19. Heavy Armor Division built this for me. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh man, you can't do that on a live stream, Scott.
So here's what I'm going to tell you. This I find, this is a lateral move, but this is pretty interesting.
He's talking about Jordan Stather.
To do with why we went into Afghanistan, right? We all think we know everything about everything. Like here, I know why they went in there, you know, the poppy fields and a lot of other stuff. It's always more than that. There's more than just that. So this is intel from Overwatch that I got on the 2nd of April. And here's an article. Popular Mechanics, radioactive diamond battery will run for 28,000 years. I'm going to go to that article real quick before I continue down through this intel. Radioactive battery that will run for 28,000 years. It's powered by nuclear waste, but still safe for humans. And I read through this. And in 2 years, the startup said you'll be able to buy its diamond nuclear powered battery, a diamond nuclear powered battery. Even cooler, it'll last up to 28,000 years. You know, sounds wild. The potential game changer comes from the US startup NDB, which stands for Nano Diamond Battery, a high power. So I did read through that. And here's what I've been told. This is, well, the that's Joint Special Operations Command, Special Operators. This is why coalition JSOC mission sets were deployed to northern eastern corridor of Afghanistan, mining what are called time crystals, which are diamonds. Diamond batteries could also power certain kinds of spacecraft like satellites. They already are. DJT, we know that is, DJT announcement was legal and official release date of Space Force Nuclear Tactical Response Unit. Same technology used on Operation Evergreen. This power system is immune to an EMP weapon, hence its counteractive capability. Here's where it gets interesting. If a discrete time translation symmetry non-equilibrium system, difficult one for many people because it's far.
I would just search. I'm looking for how much he made in donations. The reason I'm scrubbing through it. I would just search the transcript, but it's not up yet.
It's far outside of the parameters of things that we've been taught to understand.
The gun is specially customized for Patriot Street Fighter. It's got a custom milled slide engraved with his stuff and blah blah blah, all that stuff. It's it's a pretty cool looking Glock 19, other than the tomahawk and Scott's name and shit on it. But the milling on the slide and stuff's pretty nice.
Technology that can basically,
and somebody that watches him apparently sent it all to him for free. He sent it as a parts kit, but still it came to him as free.
Look at, predict future events. Believe me, I get it. Sounds crazy, but
I'd take a free Glock 19.
Is in this, I
would probably ask for my name not to be on it, or my logo, just the grip cuts and the grip chop and the serrations.
Field that we live in. This again is describing something similar to Project Looking Glass. Now, here's what it says on that front. Number 5. It was phonons, not photons, phonons that were used to jam the strategic nuclear warhead aboard Evergreen. In physics, a phonon is a collective excitation.
The problem is you can't show weapons on a live stream for YouTube because they're afraid that there's going to be a negligent discharge. You can do pre-recorded videos. You've seen people at the range and blah blah blah. And what's his name? Hickok 45. I used to watch all the time, or Demolition Ranch, but you can't do it live.
In a periodic, elastic arrangement of atoms or molecules in condensed matter, specifically in solids and some liquids. Often referred to as a quasi-particle, it is an excited state in the quantum mechanical quantization of the modes of vibrations for elastic structures of interacting particles. Phonons can be thought of as quantized sound waves, similar to photons as quantized light waves. What does that mean? On-site, I went to get that up this weekend. I was with him on Friday, and I can't find it. I might have accidentally deleted the darn recording. I'm not going to say that. Let me take a quick look here. I have one part has to be translated. People that can make stuff work. Kind of, it's now as I looked at this and did a little researching on this, on this technology and the articles that I read, that has something to do with what's happening now. Because the critical variable right now, as I said this before, and it's kind of confirmed, is until we have a great awakening, a true great awakening, we're on this path. Like I said, I told somebody yesterday, I didn't think we would be on this path. I thought, like most, I get it. You think about, we don't want to lose anybody. What a horrible nightmare for the people that are losing.
It's got to be here somewhere. I know multiple people told me he talked about it in the video. They told me around halfway.
They're going into the grave. Why?
It's got to be here somewhere.
They will blindly continue to follow like sheep and let somebody stick something that has never been FDA approved, right? For the first time. Has to be FDA approved. These things take forever. Non-FDA approved. We have no isolated COVID virus anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter. I'll take it. Give it to me. We know it has aborted allowing the world to do for the last 30 years. We've been screaming at the rooftops about what's happening here, right? Everybody wear that forking mask on here like many other people that are awake. We all have those choices, all of us. I think that's where the religious order, the Satanists got control of the religious order, made us believe if you don't do it right here, that's it. It's over. You have no other chance. It's now or never. Bullshit. It's just total bullshit to me. Never could figure that out. Couldn't rectify. We'll learn the next time around. How to dress rehearsal. It's now or never. That's what I call bullshit. Reality called the planet Earth and everything else, because there's too many things that I've been aware of in my life. Like, where the hell's that come from? Like, come on, Scott. My own thoughts, talking to myself. Like, after a period of time to say, how? That's pretty much all I have for you guys tonight. I got to get the radio show prepared for yet. So we have a call man in Missouri. Now he's a police chief, and I'm going to let him tell you the story. We're going to talk to him tonight. Stuff. And I'm sitting there. What's he doing? I'm waiting for this thing to start. So you're going to want to hear this, because this is going to be a powerful. Other countries safe. The next of humanity. You guys in the threads. Oh, by the way, for the tour, folks, I would suspect a number of you people might have been donating for this this tour. We're up over $100,000. That happened in about a week. We are almost 25% there. So that was quite a week. We're going to continue. I suspect we'll set sail on this without it being fully funded. Likely continue to hopefully fund it along the way. As I said, I'm going to go as far as I can on the tour. If we get the whole way through it, great. I got a chance to be around the country. We'll be in. I'll step away from the tour for about 3-4 days. I got to do an event.
Man, like, I unblocked you because I remembered it today. And can you not just get along, dude? I don't want to have to block you again. Like, you attacked my show and my content and shit. And I blocked you because I asked you to stop several times and you wouldn't. And then you went to every channel I own, plus channels my friends own, and made negative comments. You reached out to private people, and I still unblocked you. Can you not just get along? I don't want to have to block you again. Like, just fucking get along with people. They're not loyal to me. I didn't tell them to do shit. They don't like the way you're attacking the content, the channel, and people in the chat. You're calling people delusional. She said she was doing an impression of Scott, and you're like, you're delusional. I'm not Scott. She didn't say that, man.
Then in Gettysburg on the 20, I forget what it is, 23rd, 24th, 25th, something like that. It's on a weekend of June. I got to fly into Gettysburg. So I'll get some more information about that. Those of you who are in Maryland or New Jersey.
So he's got to leave. He's got to leave during the tour, and he's got to fly to Gettysburg and do some type of speaking engagement, and then fly back to the tour.
Certainly PA, New York, and the surrounding states. If you want to come to spend that weekend or 2 days, I guess I'll be there with Francine and Alan up front in the prophetic. We'll talk about that event coming up. So I'll be flying in for that. So on Robert David Steele, he put out his a link on his page, bigbatusa.org. And I suspect a number of you people went on there, and you might have wanted to donate.
His dad did 4 years in the Army.
On Robert's side of the fundraising. So make sure you look very clearly at where you're donating. I appreciate the donations that have come into you from RDS's promotion, but make sure that you keep the funds flowing. Those of you who are looking to donate directly to RDS, because that's a lot of money that they're pulling up to fund, these 5 other tour buses. So make sure you take that into account, because if our donations pick up, and I can't tell if it's strictly because of that or because that's the day we would not announce fundraising. If ours pick up and theirs drop off, then it's like, okay, well, there's people that are, coming over to donate here. So we appreciate it, respect it. Thank you for that. But let's not forget, Robert is the main organizer and carrying the expenses of this tour. In fact, he's going to pick up.
Oh yeah, don't forget to if you're going to donate to me, make sure you donate there too, so he doesn't get mad. Pull down my link.
And the hotels for me, and and for my security detail, same thing. It's they're putting some money in there to make sure that that our side can participate.
How much do we raise?
Street Fighter Tour gets to basically come along when the logistics and all the work that he's done, put a lot of that stuff together. There will be speaking engagements other than Gettysburg that I will be stepping away from. These are that'll take me out of the tour for a day or two here or there, but these are just things that I have to take care of. And if I can, any cities or locations that I miss on this tour, and I know some of our followers were disappointed that I'm not going to be there at that particular stop, those points. I'll plan on in the fall arranging some events in those areas where I can just fly in, we'll do an event, and that'll cost us some ticket money to do that, because there's no tickets sold on this. It's why it's being funded this way. And then it looks like I'll be working for the next 4 months for free again. But that's fine. This message is critically important. We get out of the country. It's time to get people to stand up. So yeah, make sure that you go to bigbatusa.org, bigbatusa.org, if you need to donate to Robert David Steele's operation there. And see.
Okay, I must not been paying attention. That's fine. I'll grab it.
From the very beginning, it's pretty amazing.
I figure what it's saying
on this track, and I've been able to sideline my solar business, and that's great. By the way, more packages came today. Poor guys. I went over today.
Jesus Christ! That's all he does is brag about what he received and what he got and what he's doing.
Today's pickup, right? I had a chance. Now, do you understand what I'm talking about when I say, folks, I read all of your stuff. This just came today, right? This is all Patriot Street Fighter stuff. This is none of this is my normal mail. So, and now that's just mail and letters. Now do you understand when I say we're going to put all this stuff? where am I going to put it all?
But Snaggy, man, if my entire chat has a problem with one person and that's you, and you have a problem with everybody in chat, which is everybody right and you're the problem, or are you right and everybody else in chat is the problem?
Some of you folks that sent checks and things like that, again, God bless you. We're going to get this tour. The initial indicators are we're going to get this thing funded, and we're going to have a lot of fun, and we are going to raise this country to its feet to fight back on this bullshit. Anyways, address, if you go to the thread, the description in here, I'll say it out loud.
He's got no shame at all.
Of these videos, you go down, find the bottom. It's all in there. Patriot Street Fighter address is 4447 North Central Expressway, Suite 110-198. That's 110-198. That's, of course, Dallas, and the zip is 75201. That's where all this stuff comes in. These poor guys, I'm like, guys, sorry to put all this on to you. They said, man, that's why we're here, but we'll help you carry your stuff out to your vehicle. They're great up there. That's all that's in my wheelhouse for the moment. We will have, let me see, tomorrow night's schedule, just so you know who's on deck this week. The police chief, you're going to want to hear tonight. Tomorrow night's Mr. Constitution. We're going into the second phase of that. Wednesday, I haven't decided on yet, but all that stuff's underway. So I'm going to let you folks go. I'm going to get ready for the Tipping Point Revolution Radio. I'm going to be throwing that across social media, of course. But if you want to watch that show as I do it on the radio live, simply go right to this channel, Patriot Street Fighter 11. Hang out.
Gosh, they said 3510 is where it's at. I must not have been paying attention.
We'll be live.
I was probably trying to keep up with chat.
Boot heel on the back of the necks of humanity. You're the guys with the numbers who can turn it all around, because most of you guys, the vast majority, don't agree with any of this bullshit. When we collectively make a move, so we together lock arms and say we're going to put an end to this, my belief is the people in the blue are going to be the ones that help tip that in our favor. Anyways, I'll look here really quickly, see if there's anything in the threads. Oh, by the way, for the tour, folks, I would suspect a number of you people might have been donating for this this tour. We're up over $100,000. That happened in about a week.
I did miss it. I heard that part. I suspect a number of you, blah, blah, blah. I just didn't hear the $100,000 part. Yeah, over $100,000 already. I think he's trying to say it's 100 and some. It was 100 and some for the tour. Or I'm sorry, 100 and some for the bus. And with fuel and stuff, which Robert David Steele is taking care of his fuel and hotel rooms. I think they're saying it's like $250. And the other $500,000 is for security and expenses and blah 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 blah. But I think the wrap, the bus rental, and gas is like $250. It's like $250. Right, I sent you a text message like a long ass time ago. Read it. Here we go. Brad time. Brad okay. 30. Brad tube.
Come on in. Come on in, everybody. Got some good stuff tonight. All right. Hang right with you. I'll be right back. Hold on just a second.
Hold on just a sec. We'll be right back, guys. The Scott McKay, Scott McKay adds up to 666. I could make a name enter anything if you do it the right way. Add, subtract, multiply, blah blah blah. You just got to start with the answer and work your way back, and then I'm sure I could do it. Let's hop back into Scott. Is it still okay? It's still playing. He just ran away. I did not pause it, guys. He just ran away during the middle of the show. Yep, it's still playing. You just heard a sound effect. What the hell, dude? Welcome. Okay. Now we're back.
Get my sweet tea. I'm ready to go. Welcome, Julie Lipton from Huntington, Texas. Hello, Florida. Hello, Arkansas. Hello, Cosby, Tennessee. Kenton, North Carolina. There's my buddy Wayburn in the house. Welcome. Brenda Borders in the house, she said.
He doesn't. Okay, so Brad doesn't like to start right away because he likes his numbers to build up to a few 100,000, of course. But he doesn't know how to do an intro. He doesn't know how to do music. He doesn't know how to do anything. So instead, I think he just turns it on and then acts like he has to run and take care of something until he gets back and the numbers are up. That way he can start the official show.
Angie Todd Curley. Mr. Spa from North Carolina, Marie Jones, Chris Wells from Windsor, Pennsylvania. Oh, I'm bringing good news tonight, Miss Pennsylvania.
Yeah, at least when I go to piss, I just turn off my camera. There's something playing or music or something, you know what I mean? Even when I do the intro and I like to talk to y'all before the show starts, like in the chat, it helps me, I don't know, it helps me concentrate, I guess, rather than just trying, like freaking out if everything's working. Helps me relax, too. That makes me concentrate better, I guess, is what I'm saying. But even if I didn't, I still got music or something playing and a timer going and shit. So weird.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All I'm saying is that shows you they're not in it for production quality. They don't care about animations. They don't care about video quality. They don't care about audio quality. If you're selling them hopium, if you've got their hopium, that's all they care about. Their hopium. Over and over and over again. They want to hear you say something that makes them feel good about what happened in November. That's basically it.
So happy to see you guys tonight.
General Zod.
I apologize I couldn't get with you this weekend.
It's whatever he uploaded at. I don't think. Well, I guess I could. No, that's at the highest level. He only uploads in 360p apparently. Plus, I got it blown up, so it probably makes it look worse. But he's not much smaller. I mean, if you put it on full screen, that's what he looks like. I'm showing it to you exactly. It's not on my side. It's on his.
Was absolutely insane. Lots of stuff happening. Family stuff. I just could not get it done. And
okay.
Wanted to real bad.
I hope the family. I do seriously. I will stop. Hope the family stuff's okay. Like I don't want nothing to happen to your family or nothing negative like that. That's not what this is about.
On that. So there's Joe Craig, Mitzi Brassfield, Jerry Shipman. Okay, let me check this right here. Somebody's sending me something important. My gosh, this is
it's up on YouTube, Facebook, and DLive.
Okay.
Where are you looking for it at? General Zod.
Okay. All right, I got you, Marcus. I got you. Okay. All right, man. Welcome to the show. There's my neighbor.
He does these lives with a flip phone. He definitely does them with a cell phone. He's got 2 laptops there. He's got 2 laptops. And he does it with a Bluetooth speaker. I just don't understand. Like, even if, okay, like my computer, you guys know I'm complaining about my computer and talking about how I have to upgrade it. I about got it maxed out with the shit. Like the animations and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it skips. I figured out why we keep losing. By the way, this is a side note, but I figured out why we keep disconnecting. Apparently, this motherboard that I have, I didn't know it at the time, but it has one of the not so great Wi-Fi like port cards, like the thing that not Wi-Fi but LAN, the LAN card in it for like internet where you plug in the Ethernet. It has one of the not so great ones, and a lot of people have complained about it. Well, apparently it's dying because the other day it rebooted randomly, and when it came back on, I didn't have internet for like half the day, and I just had to keep rebooting and reinstalling the drivers for it. And the drivers would disappear. It says it would say that it was not here. Like I had no way to access the internet when I plugged in the line. It just didn't even pick it up. That's why I've been dropping. But you guys hear me talking about how I have to upgrade my computer. Even if you don't do that, even if you've got the slowest computer from a laptop, you can go to places like StreamYard. You can go to You can go to places like StreamYard. You can go to places like Melon. You can go to places like Restream. You can go to places like that. And they handle all the processing power. And you can put up a timer. You can put up overlays. You can pull chat up on screen. You can do all kinds of good stuff. You can do all kinds of good stuff on there. And you don't need some fancy gaming computer. You just need to be able to access StreamYard.com. That's all you need. You can share your screen. You can share videos. You can have guests, everything. But he tried to do Restream once with a guest. And that's the time that I reached out to him and said, hey, man, I can help you out. I can help you do this. I can help you do that. I can blah, blah, blah. If you need help, I can show you how that Restream works. I use Restream. And successfully, I think. I could help you out. And he wasn't very receptive. That's how he actually blocked me eventually.
From Seneca Mo and the Arcadia Eagle. There's Jeff Smith down in Dalton, Georgia. West Tennessee in the house with Mr. Terry. Sheila Kelly Hayes is watching.
Oh, I'm sorry, bud. I'm not actually doing it tonight because I missed my Grifter show. It started late and shit. I'm not actually doing it tonight. But you can go to Woke on YouTube or woke.net, the website, and you can watch it there. I'm not actually going to be covering I know a lot of people have been talking about them in the chat, and my Discord's blowing up about it, but I'm not going to be covering it. Not tonight.
Hello from Dodge City, Kansas. Welcome. Welcome, Utah. Welcome, Idaho. Welcome, Wisconsin. How did I say that? I say it right? Welcome, Hastings. Jeremy Presley, welcome. David Wells, welcome. Governor Brad Bartley. I don't know about that. Okay. No, I don't know what's happening at the White House tonight. I haven't seen anything on that. I have literally been all day since my feet hit the floor doing stuff, and it really had nothing to do with any of this. So, hey, we got 10,000 on here, so we're going to get her started.
That's right, Beth.
First of all,
no problem, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
I've got some big stuff from General Flynn.
I always go to woke.net. Woke.net. That's where I always go. That's even the multi-cam stream that I show you sometimes if I don't have it running in the background myself.
Okay. I had
they're saying he should run for governor, yeah.
Friend of the families go to see General Flynn in Nashville today. And we've got the inside scoop on it. And we're going to.
He definitely doesn't sound like this right here when he's speaking at for being a millionaire for Team National. He doesn't. He sounds a lot better.
I'll show you this live, okay? Some of this.
A lot more articulate,
okay,
and
stuff
better functioning adult. Like he doesn't sound this country.
It's not really
basically.
And so I'm excited to share that with you, okay? But before we get into that, I want to share a couple things with you on the Evergreen front, okay? The Evergreen that got Ever Given, the ship run by Evergreen Corporation that was stuck in the Suez Canal. We've had some new revelations come about. I wanted to get this on you last night, but I
don't know. I'm just saying, if you watch, like you can do like this. You can do, what's it called? Well, hell, I probably got one downloaded. Hold on. Team National Brad. He does when he's out with the people, but when he's on stage, I just don't think he does. Hold on. Maybe he does, and it's just because he's yelling and I don't notice it. Or maybe I've got confirmation bias, and that's what I think. Let me see. I deleted a bunch of these today, but I should still have his. Should be here. Let me go down here. Here, done. Yeah. See if I got one of him speaking as a double eagle. I might actually not have one of him speaking. Here, let's do this.
And the cowboy Curly was going across the plains or somewhere out west, and they were moving the herd, remember? And Curly had basically scared them half to death. And
I just feel like I know he's still country, and I know he's still that type of person, but I feel like he's laying it on thicker for these, and maybe not, or maybe he's doing it subconsciously, or maybe I'm making it up. I don't know. I just feel that way.
If you remember, he asked Billy.
There's worse ones than this. It's just the first one I found.
What the secret to life is? And Billy said, no, what?
What's the secret to life?
And he said, this. And Billy said, you found it? He said, this one thing. One thing. You stick to that kid, and everything else don't mean jack squat.
I almost feel like he's playing like the I don't know, like the dumb country bumpkin who doesn't know anything. He's even kind of here's one that's pretty good. He's even kind of done he's even kind of made this thing where he has technical difficulties and doesn't know how to work his computer. He's even kind of made that into almost like a brand, like technical difficulties. It wouldn't be Brad's show without technical difficulties. We're going to get some merch that says technical difficulties. Oh man, the merch sites even have technical difficulties. You guys know it must mean Brad's here. Kind of, I don't know.
Be coming off of you, man. The confidence. You say, well, I don't want to be arrogant. I'm not asking you to be arrogant. I'm asking you to have a spring in your step, brother. I know where I'm going. I'm going to the top of this company. I'm just looking for people sharp enough to get in the boat with me. That might be you and it might not. God bless you. I'm going to love you either way. Because he wants us to love all people, even stupid people too. Don't say that.
Oh, my mic's muted. Hold on. I think he gets more and more country bumpkin, or less and less country bumpkin, more and more businesslike, over and over again. That's all I was saying. And let me see if I can find this other video. That one was from 2009. He had changed less then, but as the years go on, he changes more and more and more for sure. So let me see if I can find this right quick. The one where he was speaking at where he's like the last one to speak. There's like 4 or 5 guys that speak. He's like the last one. Give me just a second. That's not it. That's other stuff. Okay, it should be with this group of videos. Let me see. I know I've got it downloaded. I don't think I deleted any of it. Yeah, Mariah told me my mic was muted. I was on a completely different page. I had no idea. There's like 3 guys that speak. He's the last one to speak. Let's see if we can find that one right quick. And he talks about, this isn't about sports. Anybody can do this. There's also some guy that does mind reading that has his same last name, which I always thought was funny. A guy that does mind reading and is a magician. That's also named Brad Barton. There's the guy that owns Team National right there. That guy, and his wife is, I think, that lady right there. They go around to all kinds of different things and like present people and tell them that they just made double eagle or whatever. Damn it, I know it's on here somewhere. I just don't know where I downloaded that. Team National. Brad Barton. That's the one we just watched. That's 2009. This is the one of his home, like how expensive his house is and stuff. Let's see if we can do this. I definitely believe he's playing the bumpkin. Yeah, it's a speech like this, but I don't think that's it. It's got someone else on it. It's this one, maybe. Let me see this one.
You just think things are luck. And as you go on, you realize...
This guy right here gives me the nasty, like, slimy preacher vibes. And he's like, I don't want no money. But because I'm successful, it's going to find me. I'm like, get away from me, money. Get away from me, money. It's just, I don't know. He gives me the nasty preacher vibes.
Realize it really is no such thing as luck. You make your own luck, is what it really boils.
Man, Snaggy, no one's done anything to you. Like, you came here and attacking chat. I haven't done anything to you. I asked you to stop just screaming in chat that when this all started, you're like, I don't want to watch Brad. And I'm like, sorry. Or I don't want to watch Scott. And I'm like, sorry, we're doing Scott tonight. And then you said, oh, this is the worst content on the internet. This is just lazy. You're just replaying their videos. You're a substitute for their videos. You're no better than them. All you're doing is re-uploading their stuff. Like, no, I haven't disrespected you in any way. I'm not doing a fucking thing, dude. You need to chill. I don't know if it's fucking alcohol or you're spun up or whatever. You need to chill and chat. I'm not doing anything. If you don't want to watch what I'm covering, you don't have to be here. I don't want you here if you don't want to watch it, honestly.
Boils down to.
If you will be persistent with this and consistent, that's probably one of the biggest keys. Plus, work this.
It's that guy, but I don't know if Brad speaks here or not, or that guy speaks at a bunch of them, maybe. Actually, no, fuck. Hold on. He's not at this one.
Throughout.
It's called Leadership Conference something. National Leadership Highlights. If I can't find it kind of quick, I will move on. But I know that guy's in it. That guy's the first speaker in it, in the video. Team National Leadership. For sure, he's the first one to speak. I had it downloaded. I just can't find it right now. I hate for searching my computer while I'm live with stuff because I always name shit stupid things and then I can't find it and I feel like an idiot. Because I named it something retarded. Yeah, we'll move on. Anyways, I think he plays up the country. I think.
Get it done. But anyway, let me pull it up here. We're gonna go to that first, okay? And I want you to see. Okay. Let me. Okay. All right. That's good. All right. That's okay. All right. Okay. That right there.
I'll be looking for it while this plays. By the way.
Okay, so let me get to this. I hope that...
I know it's got that one creepy slime ball preacher guy in it, for sure.
I was busy with basketball, with my son's travel team. We spent a lot of weekends on the road.
Oh, this is it. Hold on.
I don't need any more money. I'm going to make a lot more.
I'm sorry, this is it. I just found it.
And it'll follow me. It's going to run me down. And that's what I want you to do. Don't work for money, work for success. You can't run away from it. Get out of here, money. Man, it's coming right after you.
Don't that guy give you like slimy, like mega church preacher vibe? He does me. Like, I think, like if he told me that he had to have a private airplane because he couldn't fly with demons in a tube, I'd be like, oh yeah, I saw that coming.
Many people want to go to the promised land, but they're not willing to go through the wilderness. If you want what these platinums and double platinums have, you got to be willing to go home and do the work. Nobody's going to call you to get in. There's an 80-20 rule. You got to do 80% of the work to find the 20% that's going to take you to the top. It's not talent, ability, or skills. It's W-O-R-K work, and everybody can do that in this room.
You know, when somebody laughed at me or somebody laughs at me, I'm going to tell you what it does.
Yeah, there's a lot of grifting in church.
They don't know what's driving me, buddy. They don't know what's driving me. The people know what's driving me.
By the way, this is this right here is this is actually the My Pillow guy's illegitimate uncle. It's like Great Value My Pillow.
Me when somebody laughs at me or tells me no, you know what I do? I say, buddy, I'll show you.
This is my throw rug.
You watch my smoke, it's tail lasting dust, brother. I'm going platinum. I'm going platinum. I'm going platinum.
Here's at the very end, right here.
This is heart. This is not skill. It's heart. You didn't have to be able to play ball to do this. It's how bad do you want it, see? All of you need to put blinders on. Buddy, when I was doing this business, my first 2 years, if it didn't have to do with God or my family, I didn't do it. Buddy, I was doing Team National. I couldn't tell you who won a ball game, who was my who cares? I don't care if your team win. What does my team winning a ball game have to do? I'm talking about I'm watching college football or whatever. What's that have to do with my family?
He didn't want you to excuse him saying my team with his team.
Absolutely nothing. Thank you, sir.
There's the video. That was the one where I think he's probably less country there than ever. That video was I think that was the 2014, 16 ones. 14, 16, I can't remember. He's at the leadership conference every year because he's a double platinum eagle, something another, and within the marketing thing.
Life of sports these days, you know. When I was a kid, weren't able to do that kind of thing. It's unbelievable what these kids get to do today.
Man, then find a channel that you like, man. Like, I don't know. Find a channel that you like that covers awesome news and is super happy all the time. If you don't like this one, fine. I understand. There's a lot that I don't like. I don't watch them, but I don't go in there and just hate watch it and talk about how shitty it is all the time.
And so anyway, all right. So let me look here. Here's the one right here. And okay, here it is. Okay.
There you go, Tony.
All right.
It's just you go from loving the content, cheering it on, being part of it. Fuck this guy. Yeah, I can't believe he's doing this. To, oh, I hate this content. We shouldn't cover it. It's so negative. It's so hateful. I don't know what's flipping the switch, man, but find something that you like all the time. Life's too short to just hate watch me and tell me how I should change.
Okay. Now, this right here is not being reported anywhere else in the world.
That's it.
Okay? But this is
when we get through Brad, I'll hand it off to you. Tony.
I had Miss Diana Ray from Kentucky. She's been helping me a lot looking this stuff up, and she has confirmed this is a legitimate, trusted news source. Okay.
Now I got it. Now I got to look for Diana Ray.
It's in Turkey. Okay. It was in Turkey. This is in Turkey. Now you can't understand any of this unless you speak Turkish. Okay. I'll give you an example.
Oh no.
Teknosilah korona, Covid-19. O bitirilecekti Mart'ta.
So we're just trusting someone's translations.
Neden vaka sayıları yükseldi biliyor musun?
Okay, so what we're going to do, since none of you understand Turkish, I'm sure, like I don't either, okay, I'm going to, but it's pretty much says what they say at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just push the fast forward button here, and this guy is telling the lady here, they're sitting at a round table, and this is the story coming out right now. This is, if you haven't heard this, this is going to be shocking to you, okay? Because it was to me, okay? he says the globalists' first card, what was it? The techno weapon Corona COVID-19. They were planning to put an end to this in March. Now, in order to understand what I mean, we have written an article about this on his mavigazadum.com, and it doesn't do any good to go look it up. It's in Turkish. As we go along, we will expose this further. There in the Suez, nationalist powers carried out an operation against global powers. And he'll explain what that means in just a minute. Okay? He says jointly, Turkey, Israel, Egypt, and Qatar carried out a secret operation. All events are interrelated. Let me explain this. The Evergreen crisis, that container ship carried very important contents. Now, again, we believe there was people, humans in there, but here's another bombshell right here.
Yesterday was the day today. So if you don't know, there has been a lot of people, I said something about it earlier, but there has been, I didn't read nowhere near all of them. There's been a lot of people saying, here's a comment. Afternoon, sir. I was looking at some old videos from a few weeks back. You've said before Easter in 7 to 10 days something big would happen. And you said on Easter was the time. Expect for something big to happen involving Trump coming back to office. It is now 12 days since wanting to know what happened, as well as what intel you heard that made you make that assumption. It is to my knowledge that this has happened many times now. Please let me know what's going on. Where are you getting this intel, and why is it not coming true? Thanks. Brad, please be careful if you're getting on this platform. They deleted my account this morning because I tried to warn them that CW is being exposed as reality. Oh, that's about Charlie Ward. That CW is being exposed as a really deceptive con man. Just be careful. And someone said, who is CW? And someone says, I'm assuming Charlie Ward. I've been hearing that a lot lately. That was actually a good screenshot. I'm glad that's spreading out around Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward is a really bad guy, but that wasn't the one I meant to read. Someone said, hey, Cold Beer Confessional, can you give an update on Brad? Afternoon, sir. I was looking for some old videos, blah, 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 7 to 10 days. That was the one I meant to read. And then, and he's been awful quiet on Facebook since he started calling these people out. Oh, here it is. Here's a string that I was going to read. I read that one. All out there. Are you saying Brad's sources, blah, blah, blah? Let me see what that one is. Let me see what this one is. All right, now you can fuck off. You're not going to talk shit about how my kids are leaving or how my kids are living. Go fuck yourself. There you go. Now you're done. You're done. That was the end of your time on a channel. I've tried to fucking walk around you and around you and around you and around you. Her grandparents introduced you to my channel because you were struggling so bad with your living day to fucking day. I thought, yeah, man, maybe he can come on. Maybe it'll help him with his PTSD. But if you're going to direct it at me, fucking kick rocks. God damn. Talk about my fucking kids. Bye. Permanently. Forever. On every goddamn channel I have. Oh, I'm living better than you or Will or your kids. God damn. Where was I at? Oh, we were talking about Team National. Brad is just a guy reposting other people's videos to promote his pyramid scheme. Word is he also got a PPN loan, which I honestly don't believe. I would like to talk to him about it. Why is his address attached to that PPP loan? Just to be clear, he's not asking for donations, but he sure does give out his P.O. box number and his wife's info a shit ton of times each show because he learned a long time ago not to refuse anyone's blessings. Like, somebody's making a joke. Like, he gives out the info all the time, but he learned a long time ago he doesn't want donations. He just doesn't want to refuse blessings. The guy is a joke. I'm just there laughing at all the stupid sheep. They aren't much smarter than those people who voted for Biden. I have no problem with him being rich. I have a problem with him lying to the poor people and taking their money. And in turn, his shirts are free advertising for him because they're covered in his logo and his website and everything. They're just free advertising. He's selling you advertising. And he's been awful quiet on Facebook since people started calling him out. You are right. he took the money and run. But that was before he come back today. Those are the ones I wanted to read. Let's get back into this.
Okay. Those shipping containers had the products of a 30-year plan. Products as a result of 30 years worth of investments. Let's analyze this step by step and show you the visuals on the big screen. This is why COVID-19 cases are on the rise. Globalists were planning to end the corona game. And she says, hang on, I didn't get this right. So the evergreen containers, the so-called Suez Canal event, the ship that was stuck there for days, why that ship was stuck there in that particular way? Is there a deeper secret behind this? What should our interpretation of this event be? He says, now, firstly, this was a good slap in the face of the globalists, okay, by the nationalist powers. And
So we're trying to do a very poor translation of someone who doesn't even start. So you guys know that you can directly, word for word, do a translation of some other language that you don't understand how it interacts with itself and get a couple different meanings out of stuff, right? Because you don't understand that when this word is prefaced with this word, it doesn't actually mean this, it actually means this. And that happens quite a bit with foreign languages.
Hey, Beer Man.
Oh, hey, Beer Man. Snaggy, pipe down and soak up some Will Truth. You know you want to. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what he's struggling with. I tried to give him chances. He's not going to tell me my kids are not doing as good as him. They're, I guess, living poorly or some shit. I don't know. I don't know. Mariah's grandparents did used to watch the show, but they don't like cussing, and I don't blame them for leaving. Like, they never said that's why they left, but I assume it is. I can't help it.
He's talking about Turkey, Israel, Qatar, and Egypt. Working together, their secret services working together to find this out. Okay? Here, firstly, World Trade Monopolies, a.k.a. the
Thank you for that donation. I really do appreciate it.
$10 billion a day. That was the first slap in their face. Okay? Now, second slap. No media spoke about this apart from us, he said. He said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I've never been. Those who say that I am, listen well. Individuals who call me conspiracy theorists will regret this in the future and feel ashamed. Evergreen containers carried the second technological weapon, the climate change weapon. Yes, these containers carried the substances or
Are
weapons
you kidding me?
that would
That's what they're carrying? Are you sure?
Without going into too much detail, let me tell you in a few words. Guess who's involved? Bill, the gates of hell, has got his fingers in this pie.
The gates of hell. I thought he died. Ancestry.com said he died years ago.
Just bought 56,000 declares. Now, you can try to look up all this stuff, but the bottom line is Bill Gates is buying land all over the world. He owns the most farmland of anyone in the whole United States of America right now, and he's buying it in Turkey and other places. Okay?
Makes sense.
Today there was an announcement that he bought over 1 million declares in Arizona. I think that comes out to like 50-something thousand acres. He has been buying immense quantities of land, and the reason was this. Here we go. The plan was to move on to the second techno weapon. The first one, COVID, was about to come to an end, and I've been telling this for a while. It was planned to end this spring in readiness.
Somebody just did a bad interpretation and made it say what they wanted it to say, I'm sure.
End of April. This climate conference main theme, and I'm actually quite sad talking about this, is about ox's gas, cow farts, poots, okay? Even our Deputy Minister of Agriculture made a speech, he said, about how we should move away from beef farming to sheep farming, claiming that this will reduce greenhouse gases. These individuals must have felt very sad about what happened to the evergreen containers. There is a divine power, and God has also got a plan. Now,
yes, we knew about the land.
Globalists have planned. Now, I want you to look here closely at this little cartoon. The preliminary round is the Earth against COVID. But look who's waiting to get in round 2. Can't wait to get in the ring with the Earth. The big bully, climate change. This, let me escape out of this. Go back to the screen here, okay? The contents of those containers had the chemicals that would activate the second techno weapon, which works with 5G radiation beams and transforms Earth's soil using special information technologies. Okay, do you understand that? The contents of the containers had chemicals in them that would activate, along with 5G radiation beams, a weapon that transforms the Earth's soil using special information technologies. And she says, wow, you are saying all this gear and technologies were loaded on this ship? Yes, all those contents were seized, destroyed, and this catastrophe was prevented. Nationalists United, those four countries, landed a massive...
Stuck working nights. Miss you guys.
Oh, you're good. Thank you for the donation. Still stuck working nights. So it's Kelly Boylan. Still stuck working nights. Miss you guys. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Either way, I mean, thank you.
Blow to the global powers and prevented their world plans. I would like to make a point here. People are talking, aren't they? Let me tell you something. It's happening. Huge events, historical events are taking place, but you have to know where to look and how to interpret the events. All these events are real, true. Nationalist powers, secret services worked on this together and unraveled what was set up. Do you really think this was a coincidence? What happened in China with the truck crashing right here, Evergreen, and the Suez Canal, Evergreen?
Yeah, kinda. I kind of think it was a coincidence. Yeah.
Following these events, Chinese foreign minister.
You know how often in these tightly packed Chinese cities, a truck breaks down and shuts down the whole city, or two cars wreck and shut down an entire city? All the fucking time. Like, you see it all the time. There's literally been traffic jams that weren't even caused by wrecks. They were caused by like traffic and the time, like rush hour. And those traffic jams lasted so long that people had to seek food and water from the side of the road. They give up their cars and leave. Days of traffic jams in China.
Turned up in Turkey. Okay? Yes, some of our government decisions had a reflection on this, but the main drivers were the globalists from all over the place. China visited us between the 24th and 26th of March. Chinese foreign minister was in Turkey. And on the 27th of March, the Evergreen container blocks the road in China on the highway. Simultaneously, how bizarre. These are messages, strong messages to the global capitals. Meeting in Turkey finalizes, and next day this happens. These are messages communicated in inter-nations language. Now, I ask you all, try to interpret or understand this. People should regularly try to avoid conspiracy theories and focus on figuring out the real events happening. Here, what we saw was how the global capitalist second card project, the climate change project that has been propagated for years, was badly upset. And he says, let's play this caricature again on the big screen to understand what's happening. Look at this. What we see is the world. Humanity is fighting with the COVID-19 in the preliminary round. However, just behind the scenes, you can see the huge climate change opponent impatiently waiting to get in the fight for the next round. And he's way bigger. Of course, they loudly announced this second stage would be climate change. Upon COVID-19's arrival, these drawings were presented. These drawings were presented when COVID arrived. After this, accompanied with the classic...
This does not sound like a very good interpretation, but I guess...
meat project, and we know for a fact that Bill Gates has been saying we have...
Wait a second. That faux meat thing, the fake faux meat thing, was widely disproven. There's one.
We've got to get away from meat, from beef. We've got to eat this fake beef, okay? And this is very dangerous, and I'm going to tell you why he wants to do it. If you know a little bit about this fake meat and its biochemical content, I happen to know quite a bit about this. If you consume just one type of protein in your food, the profiles of your amino acids become insufficient. no media is talking or explaining this. Specialists have actually explained this in a very good way. People should research and listen carefully. This was the project in Mr. Bill Gates of Hell style.
Do you guys think that it's an accurate transcription that's printed down here below?
Can I rear this part from your article?
I saw one that was
of course you can, he says.
I saw one that was supposedly from Ukraine a few years ago, back during the election, about Hillary, and the only words in the entire translation that were accurate, that were correct, were Trump and Hillary. That was the only words that were actually right when somebody sat down and did it.
Containers in this ship carried special chemicals which use 5G transmitters, radiation beams that mix in with oxygen and in the process accelerate climate change. This situation was completely prevented and the material was seized and was destroyed. Okay, following the COVID-19 SCAM, the global capitalist powers plan was to put in motion the second scene of the movie, the second act, and play the climate card. Unfortunately, the process was interrupted by the Evergreen operation. Upon hearing the bad news, all of a sudden now, if you remember this happened, you look back on it, look it up. All of a sudden, the European countries started reporting higher COVID-19 cases and imposed new lockdowns. Germany, France, it was all over. Okay? Now, I want to say this, and I'm going to skip through this. I don't really understand what he's saying here about Mr. Biden invited Turkey to the table now and China and all this stuff. Okay? But here's the bottom line of this whole thing. Okay?
Caricature. That's funny, Patsy.
Okay.
Okay, bottom line.
This whole deal, Bill Gates' plan was to buy all this land. This stuff was going to poison basically our soil, okay, using 5G and these chemicals, was going to poison the soil where you couldn't grow things. You were going to have to buy his food. And he who controls the food supply controls the world. Do you understand this? He who controls the food supply controls the whole world. All right? Now, I'm going to flip back to it, and we're going to go a couple of more items on this right here.
Oh, my God.
Okay?
We can't. I can't do it.
I'm going to fast thing time. You know what this allegiance to Biden, in other words, they paid their allegiance to the global capitalist system. Okay? Why am I telling you this? So you can understand who is at war with whom. Okay. But the bottom line of all of this is that there's a plan in place to go from the COVID now to the climate.
Yeah, they know that the very vast majority of the people who are looking it up themselves are supposed to will not. And if you do and you comment something negative, it's deleted. You're called an intelligent person and the comment's deleted. If you comment like, hey, I translated one of those sentences and it's not actually right, your comment will be deleted. You can't have negative comments on their page at all. So if you don't believe me, look it up yourself. It's really just an out. Like, then people are not going to look it up. That's why sometimes when I look stuff up, instead of saying, if you don't believe me, you look it up, I'll go, let's Google it. Let's look it up. Let's translate it. Let's see what it is. And I'll do it right fucking in front of you. You don't have to do anything. You can watch me. Which I understand he couldn't translate this whole video, but still, I don't trust this translation. It's from Mavi Gaze Etim. Gaze Etim. Let's look up that YouTube channel right quick. Mavi space GAZETEM. If I can find it. What is this? What is this YouTube channel? So this YouTube channel is literally, all of them are Turkish people that are apparently newscasters, and their only story they've covered ever on their channel. Their channel was made on April 3rd, 2021, so 10 days ago. The channel was made 10 days ago, and every video they've put up is them exposing that the deep state cabal was behind the Evergreen thing. That's all of it, over and over again. There's one for 36 seconds, one for 36, one for 38, a stream for over an hour talking about it. Then there's a 10-minute one, then there's one he's watching, which is 28 minutes. But every channel is dedicated to that. And they're claiming that they're a news agency. These two people are the people who have appeared in the live streams as well. I don't even think they're news.
But
this might actually be a correct translation. They might just be set up to look like they're in a news studio behind a green screen. Maybe they're just conspiracy theorists too.
When this boat was crashed, basically, and they took all the bad stuff off of.
Also, that's another thing that bothers me. Somebody said it in chat. When Brad says, if you don't believe me, you go look it up. He doesn't look it up. He didn't do the research. He doesn't validate it. Why would he's passing it on to you. Why would he call you out and tell you have to look it up?
Okay. It didn't just crash on its own. That's a lie. It was directed by satellite to crash. And then they took all the stuff off of there and found what they suspected, okay, which was all of this stuff having to do with 5G and these chemicals that are going to poison the soil and basically ruin our food supply. Okay? And again, guess who's involved at his hand in it? Okay? Now, because who controls the food supply controls the world. And if he owns all the land, see, and he also is in control of all the V words.
What are you even saying, Ellen Vargas? That's not true.
Basically, the second coming of Satan. I mean, it's unbelievable. Okay. Now.
Yeah, I guess I could. Well, no, they could be using someone else's name. Let me see. I'll try it. Let's see. Dot. Let's see what these results are. That's something different. Sorry, give me just a second. It does show her a couple times in front of a news desk. Let's see what this one is. That's not it. Well, that's not even her, though. Hold on. I don't think that's... Well, that could be. Hold on. This one looks more like her. Is that her? Sorta. This is her, that person's headshot. That person's... Hold on, I'll show you. Open image in a new tab. This is supposedly that person's headshot. So if I take this, I can do a side by side. Hold on. Does that look like the same person? It could be, I guess. This person and that person. Let me make sure you guys can see it. Do those look like the same person? It could be. And this person seems like they've got at least a little bit about being a news person on the internet, but not a lot and nothing I can get translated. But that's who this person, that name belongs to this person. I wonder if his name does the same. Hold on. KANSARIAYDIN. I wish I could make it auto, like on my phone. I feel like it. Oh, I got to click translate on each page. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to move this to Chrome. Hold on. I'm in Opera, so I didn't use up all my bandwidth. I'm gonna have to move it to Chrome because the translate thing doesn't work right here. So I'm gonna have to go back to Brad's page. Paste. I'll pull it over here. I don't know what's going to pop up is the reason I'm not showing it on the thing. But I am going to translate some of the pages. Was LinkedIn will not translate. What is this one? Can I translate this one? He's a former CEO of Morgan Stanley who fascinated me with all his expertise in the market, saying people are not rational, they're irrational, they're very irrational, they would fall in love, blah, blah, blah. He was saying there will be war nowadays, never mind the investment or something, a bunch of links to stuff. And this man later collapsed within 1 year. Once he had a Periscope broadcast, he insistently said, stay away from Forex. And when I repeat the question for the second time, he impressed me on the air. He was so two-faced. Oh, so this is a website of people calling him out. He's a Forex grifter, so he can't be a real good dude. But that is him. That is his face. I don't need to show you. I'm 1,000% that's him. So that guy's name is real. Her name is kind of up in the air, but he's apparently is a grifter, at least for Forex. Selling Forex, if you don't know, it's kind of like a multi-level marketing scheme with Bitcoin, kind of like a cryptocurrency. It's really weird, and you trade it on the market. It's so weird.
Now, all right, I want to go to now over here.
All right, let's go somewhere else.
Little clip right here.
Where are we going?
Lee Dundas. And this is about a 3-minute clip, and she is talking in Orange County, California, Los Angeles, and buddy, she is fired up. Now, she's talking very fast right here, so you have to listen fast, okay? All right? Please try not to do the angry faces, okay? All right, here we go. Not sure why this is not playing.
Last week, I am informed a meeting occurred between Orange County Health Officer Dr. Clayton Shaw and Orange County Board of Education Superintendent Al Maharas, during which time they apparently tried to find a way to, quote, sidestep and entirely remove informed parental consent for the COVID vaccine and also turn Orange County school campuses into vaccination centers.
We're talking about vaccinating your kids without your permission. This is what this is talking about. This is where this is going.
COVID-19 vaccine is an experimental medical protocol authorized under the Emergency Use Authorization Act, and as such, you cannot mandate it for anyone, nor can you sidestep informed consent. There is a reason that kids cannot smoke, drive, drink, have sex, vote, or die for this country, and it is because the law says they lack the capacity to understand those decisions, and that applies here more than ever. Hear me loud and hear me well. We will not be morphing our school campuses into COVID vaccine centers for delivery of an experimental medical protocol that killed every damned ferret in the last animal study they did until such time they had to abandon that study.
Ferrets.
And then they didn't even do the study this time around because we are the study. The last time humans launched a plan like this to conduct experimental medical protocols on vulnerable populations was in Joseph Mengele's direction. He was an MD known as the Angel of Death. Okay, and he was part of the SS, and in 1943 he was assigned to Auschwitz, where he saw an opportunity to conduct gene research, quote, focused primarily on children with no.
Well, there is a thing to do with like fake meat and soy meat as part of a regiment for people who are having trouble finding meat and replacing part of meat. But as far as they go with it and all the claims they have around it, they like everything, they blow it way out of proportion. But we've kind of had like fake meat for a while, like tofu and shit. But yeah, they take it way out of proportion.
No regard for the health or safety of the victims. This is off the internet.
The stuff that they're pushing is not true.
What else is gene research? Experimental COVID vaccines with the trans gene inside of it. If you don't believe me, go pull the EUA application for the J&J shot. I come from a long line of Eastern Europeans, Hungarians, and Romanian groups that fled the persecution of the Red Terror communist death squads in the early 1900s. And those of us who didn't make it to America ended up facing the Nazi death squads in the lesser-known Holocaust that was the Romani Holocaust. There is a reason my daughter is named Katya. Her Romani great-grandmother was Katerina Choma, and I, for one, have not forgotten the lessons of our history. The Third Reich did not end with experiments on children, nor when those children died. The Third Reich ended in 1946, when we put the doctors who committed these human experiments on trial in Nuremberg, and then we put them to death. It ended with the adoption of the Nuremberg Code, so we would never repeat the sins of history. And it states, and I quote, "The voluntary consent of this human subject is absolutely essential." Dr. Chow and Dr. Maharish, you are hereby on notice. Last week, you appear to have knowingly hatched a plan to sidestep and or violate international, federal, and state law, not just the Nuremberg informed consent language, but also the black letter law of the EUA, as well as California state law,
I
which
just wish you wouldn't yell so much.
the willful failure to obtain a subject's informed consent by imprisonment in county jail for 1 year, or the imposition
As part of a regiment, it's not 100%. You can't live off of it. You can't do it alone. You can't do it.
of a $50,000 fine, or both. Through the planned insertion of experimental gene-altering protocols onto the very children you were elected and charged with protecting. And tonight we are asking the Board of Education for an immediate letter of censure to these individuals. And if they don't resign, for an immediate notice of termination. And that letter also needs to go to the professional boards, because they have no business being in these positions. So help me God, the people of Orange County will hold this policy to account.
Your time is up.
I'm aware.
I could be wrong. The original statement, he's made a statement in 2021, which I haven't seen. The original statement he made in 2020 was as a regiment.
Folks,
but
yes,
they claim that it can be activated by 5G to attack your body as if it is like synthetic cancer. That's the part I have the biggest issue with.
Yes. I think in the last couple of days here. Yeah, and
I don't think that I first of all I don't want synthetic meat. I would much rather have a steak, or a burger or whatever. But I don't think it's activated by 5G to make cancer.
Video was sped up. Okay. Now again, to answer a couple questions coming in here about the bodies on the ship. Yes, we still believe there were people on the ship, dead and alive. But this other thing is a new revelation, okay? And it's from a very reputable news source, okay? Now, I want to get to the good news now, okay? So we've gotten some shocking news here. Now let's get over to some good news, all right? We're going to end with the good news. And I'm going to show you parts of this. I mean, we could go on. I mean, it's really long. Okay, so we may not get through all of it. But this right here was General Flynn at Regeneration Nashville Church today, April the 12th, in Nashville, Tennessee. And like I said, a good friend, Joyce Cope, was there, and she sent this to me. And there's a lot here, okay? But General Flynn is speaking there today, and it was quite interesting. Okay, so enjoy. Here we go.
The world, for the most part, with us in a very interesting relationship, to be polite, not always friendly.
I've got it turned all the way up, so you need
so
to turn yours
the
up.
guidance there, along with other leaders that we were talking to at the time, we were just trying to develop friendly relationships with the people that we were going to have to deal with going forward with our country. So, it made sense. Are you like with CNN or something? I'm sorry. I had to say that. I wanted to say that.
Had to say it.
Yeah. I mean, it's, when you think about it, you're sure. I mean, well, the whole conversation's public. The entire conversation is public. Oh, yeah, the entire transcript is public. Every bit of it. I mean, the interest in... Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You know, the interesting thing is, and it took, because there's a new piece of information that just came out about this whole thing, but it took until October of 2020. Okay, so remember, you know, he won in 2016. President Trump won in 2016. This all occurred in 2017. Not until October of 2020 did one agent who had subsequently retired from the FBI, and he now, I guess, felt, you know, maybe God intervened in his life. But he came forward, and it's online, it's public, his testimony, essentially, where he said the entire effort, the entire goal was get Flynn to get Trump. That was the whole, and he was the agent that was one of the senior agents from 2015 all the way through until he actually gave that testimony in October of 2020, a month before the election. And that, of course, that wasn't publicized, but that's all public. So, you know, like people say, like I said earlier, people feel sorry. You know, they go, oh, I'm so sorry for what happened to you. I don't feel sorry for myself one bit. What I feel, I mean, look at what they did to, I mean, they obviously persecuted my family and I. They persecuted the President of the United States and his family. But really what they did was they persecuted that lady in front of you. But yes, sir, you stand up. Your next step is you've got to engage in these kinds of forums and in your own communities. And I'm serious, like, you know, all the time even in my military days, if I was around, I would go to like the local school committee if we were living off of a base or even on the base. I mean, we've got to get to where you've got to be committed to this country. And this country is not what happens in Washington, D.C. Our problems will not be solved in Washington, D.C. In fact, they're going to continue to compound our problems. Thank God, in this beautiful document, that the founders who lived
what documents,
and they knew dictatorship, which is essentially
the Constitution.
Okay? They lived under it. They said, you know what? In the original 13 colonies, 4 million people that were around the country at that time, you know, they put in things like the Electoral College as an example. But they knew that they had to give the states a set of rights. And then those states were able to do things. They could tell the U.S. government to go pound sand. So those states' rights, they still exist in this document. And that's super important. That means, and the reason why they did that, because this document is based on every single one of you. This is a document for individual liberties. It's not a document for collective rights of the state. It's a document for individual liberties. That's right.
That's right.
So for you and others, you've got to go exercise your individual liberties. You got to go do it. You got to go do it. You've got to get past this, you know, where Kevin talks about these percentages of people. We've got to, I mean, if it's 3%, that's a lot of people in this country. A lot of people in the local community. If you're a part of that 3%, we want to double that. We want to triple that. I want people to get involved. And that's my point. So, you know, and Ed knows this, and we've talked about this and some of what we're trying to do. And I'm talking to people all over this country at local level, trying to get people to run for county board of commissioners. If they can't run for county board of commissioners, put your name in the hat for mayor. If you can't do that, you know, go to the school committee, but get involved. Because what you're doing, even if you lose, okay, and this is where you have to pick and choose. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Republican, the Democrat. I mean, those parties, it's like they're totally,
where's he speaking at?
Only because
you guys know?
Them to break. We've allowed them to break. So you've got to get involved. You have to get involved. Because if it was a one-on-one conversation, I would ask you, what are you doing? And you might have a great set of answers. I'm serving on this, I'm doing this, and that's a good thing. That's a positive.
Hey T, don't put your email here. It's not a good idea. Just send it to Cold Beer Confess, ColdBeerConfess, coldbeerconfess@gmail.com. I'll put it down there too. And I'll give it to Mariah.
Aspect that I haven't really mentioned, other than
you don't want to put your personal stuff in here.
I have with my own wife is family, because family is the foundation. You know, John Schlafly is here with us today, and John has been a member of a bunch of different foundations. But John's mom, Phyllis Schlafly, who many of you may know, I mean, she's a great, amazing woman. So the whole thing. I mean, my mother, I was a
That's right. Do my own research.
from up in the Northeast. My mother was
I mean, he's just talking about the Constitution. That's all. That's all good stuff. I was just kind of wondering how they're going to tie it back to other things.
Street fighter for the right to life movement.
I'm definitely not worried about him talking about the Constitution.
It's nonsense about the Supreme Court, and I've been saying this since November 4th. That
Oh, now maybe we're getting somewhere.
decision about who won or who lost. What the courts are supposed to do, and they failed to do it. And I would encourage everybody to read Clarence Thomas's dissent. Okay, where he talked about we are essentially ripping the fabric of the Constitution apart, and people aren't going to have any confidence.
Just don't have people put their personal email in chat. Don't do that.
Because
You might get harassed later on down the road, years from now. Who knows?
But our courts aren't going to say you're the winner, you're the loser. That's not their role. Their role is to say this is constitutional or this is unconstitutional. And they failed to do that. So far, the Supreme Court has failed to do that. So there's this case in Michigan that's happening today, very, very important. And pay attention to it because I actually think that it's probably one of the more historic cases that we will see. There's a judge up there, and pray for that judge that he survives, literally survives, because
Exactly.
there's just massive, massive evil that we're facing. And then the other big event that's happening, and there's a couple of others that I won't get into the weeds on today, but this other event that's happening is being done by we the people of principally Arizona, and that's this Maricopa County audit. Okay, the Maricopa County audit is a big, big deal. And I'm telling you, I'll say it today because we have intel that's. Thank you.
God, this is a long ass video. Does he watch it all?
Do not.
If only he could just tell people where to find it online. He watches it all and never speaks. He just says, "That's right. Good shot. Here we go. Good one. Oh yeah, what a good guy." Okay, let me tell you what he said. He said the Constitution's good and don't do that. All right, next video.
But he said it right there. You heard it loud and clear. He is our president. Okay? Now, I want to go.
Party. She's the president of the United States. I mean, so what is it that? Don't talk about that. Trump. What does he think about that? Because if he thinks.
Said. Let me rewind this for you.
Yeah. Don't talk about that yet.
Why is it not rewinding? Here we go.
Rewind.
You got me on a roll right now. Because
Listen
it's really
closely
about Donald J. Trump.
to what General Flynn says right here.
All these people that are up there talking about, they're sneaking around in these, different PACs and CPACs and all these other, organizations. They're like, well, so-and-so are being touted for this in 2024. Hey, when I ask him is, well, where's Donald Trump? What does he think about that? Because if he thinks, hey, he's still the leader of our party, he's the president of the United States. I mean,
he just said he's the president of the United States.
Don't talk about that yet. Don't talk about that yet.
I don't think. First of all, when was it filmed? Second of all, when did this happen? Third of all, is that really what he's trying to get across? He. I don't know.
Did you hear what the man just said?
Is it that? Don't talk about that yet. Hey, he's still the leader of our party. He's the president of the United States. I mean, so what is it that? Don't talk about that yet. Don't talk about that yet.
And I'm trying to back it up to where he first said it.
You got me on a roll right now because it really
Get some more context.
We cannot have that, and that's why do not relent in your hometown. Do not relent in your state. If you have an opportunity to find some, this is a total distraction, and the truth will eventually come out about how did that get organized and what really happened. Okay, that truth is going to come out about that, and it's a distraction because in a very, very unprecedented way, we were outmaneuvered on the 3rd of November, and then seriously outmaneuvered on the 4th through the 7th of November with all this mail-in ballot nonsense that, like, I'm aware of 2 judges that have actually looked at the evidence, 2 in our entire country.
That's right.
Two. And in each case, they turned the election over. So we shouldn't be there. But to me, the bigger question, or the bigger answer to your great question is, this is a distraction because they know that they got caught. The tragedy of what they know is that they don't care. Okay, they don't care that they got caught. It's like, I mean, you know, if you've read the Time magazine and some of these other articles that have been published about, we sort of like we're laughing in your face, in my face. And so we can't have that. We cannot have that. And that's why do not relent in your hometown. Do not relent in your state. If you have an opportunity to find somebody, or maybe you yourself says, you know what, I'm going to put my name in the hat to run for something. And even if you don't come out as the winner, you've put the fear of God in them that I'm watching you. And then who you decide to choose as your representative, this is a representative form of government, right? That was the whole thing, right? Taxation without representation. Dump the Stamp Act, dump the T Act. I mean, it was unbelievable. So we're sort of in a different place because we had the presidency taken out from underneath us. I mean, we're looking at a president who won 80 million votes. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
Not only, yeah, he's making money hand over fist here.
So you got me on a roll right now because it's really about Donald J. Trump. All these people that are up there talking about, you know, they're sneaking around in these, you know, different PACs and CPACs and all these other, you know, organizations. They're like, well, so-and-so are being touted for this in 2024. Hey, when I ask him is, well, where's Donald Trump? What does he think about that? You know, because if he thinks, hey, he's still the leader of our party, he's the president of the United States. I mean, so what is it that, don't talk about that.
So in context, they're talking about people who are going to run for president in 2024. And he's saying, hey, what are you counting out Donald Trump for already? Why don't you, what does he think about it? He should be able to run in 2024. Which I think gives a lot more context to, oh, he's the president of the United States. I think that gives a lot more context to it.
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, we did. I'm not going to watch it five times.
We're not going to get into this tonight, but
in the back before I come to you.
But he said it right there. You heard it loud and clear. He is our president. Okay? Now, I want to go here because there's one below right here from PJ Media, which is a very reputable conservative media site. Okay. Super emissions emitter Bill Gates wants to force you to eat fake meat. Okay. Now, what it says in this, though, listen to this. This person says, again, I knew this, but many do not. Who in the blankety blank does he think he is? He's going to force Americans to eat fake meat?
By the way, PJ Media is a subscription-based right-wing commentary website. It's part of Salem Media Group. They actually call it pajamas media. I think is what they call it on the left. It's got like a couple angel investors and billionaires that fund it. I don't know if I would say highly reputable, blah blah blah, like the way he described it at all.
Look down here. Okay, here's a story from 60 Minutes. Okay. Some of Gates's other ideas from 60 Minutes that didn't make it into the 60 Minutes clip includes his miraculous machine that turns human feces into drinking water. That's right, the global elite want the rest of us to eat fungus and drink shit. Pardon the French. Okay? Now, this is what these people are after. This is the same guy that's telling you to take the V word.
Oh, God.
Take the V word. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to show you here. There's so much on this. Okay, that was it there. All All right, so I want to go back to the other one.
There's so much on this. Okay, that was all. That was all. There's so much here. I got to cover it all. That was it.
I want to end with this tonight. And
oh God.
Yeah, that was the Isaacs.
All right, let's watch the ending, and then we're going to do something.
Well, it was.
Yeah, I used to work at a sewage plant and discharged into a lake, and that lake water eventually gets back into the groundwater, which eventually gets pumped back up, I'm sure, to freshwater treatment.
Great idea, but it's just skipping.
Oh, shit. Dora and Key. $25 into the cult. Thank you very much. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate it. Wow. Thank you.
So I don't know. Something tells me they're screwing with it. Okay? I don't know. But
something tells me the deep state's screwing with my video.
I'll try to get that on Telegram for you, and also Rumble. Okay, hopefully. Hey, a couple things real quick before we finish up here. I want to say this real quick. You know, there's a lot of stuff going around. You can do this for this, and you can do this. If you've had the V word, you could take borax or something to fix it.
Oh, God.
Hey, man, and this is just me. You do what you want to. But I wouldn't be jumping the gun to go do a bunch of crazy stuff. I would let's find out the truth here before we go, drinking Clorox or something, okay? Let's be.
Oh, by the way, he just reminded me of something. First of all, I told him that was the responsible thing to do in our email conversation. Like, you told your fans that they were going to die, and now they're panicking. You got to address that responsibly, man. You got to even if you believe it's 100% true, they're in sheer panic because you told them they were going to die. Even if you believed that. Second of all, there's a Jason Q video that we're going to cover one day, where they're bringing a guy on, and the guy's like, oh, I don't know. Trump said some stupid stuff. Are you sure he's part of the plan? And Jason Q's like, what? What's stupid? What? Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me. And he's like, where he said to drink bleach and Lysol. And instead of saying, well, Donald Trump didn't say that. He said, is there a way to disinfect the inside of the body? And he also said, can we get light inside the body? And instead of Jason Q answering like that, Jason Q, who is their top dog when it comes to research and quotes and blah, 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 blah. Jason Q says, well, he said that. Yeah, okay. Well, is that so stupid? Yeah, of course he said that. Because, we have kids eating Tide Pods. Why don't they just drink bleach? Why don't they just Clorox? Why don't they just Lysol? And the real treatment that we've known for billions of years is light in the body. You can put light in the body. That's what he was bringing. That's why he was being so absurd with it. Kids eating Tide Pods. Of course he told them to drink. And Donald Trump never even fucking said that. That was a left-wing talking point that he's talking. We'll watch it. It's just funny that Jason Q couldn't just be like, oh, he didn't actually say that. Instead, he said this. And it still may sound weird, but I think blah, blah, blah. It was so weird. I am glad that Brad's addressing this and telling him, hey, let's wait till the truth comes out.
Here, okay? Also, I want to tell you this. I was at the tournament this weekend up in Knoxville. I was walking around there, and on Saturday, I had on a shirt that said, and we're going to get some of these probably this week for the littletalkshow.net, but it said social distancing since 1776. Social distancing.
There you go.
It said socialism distancing.
I got you.
Socialism distancing since 1776.
That's a cool shirt.
I cannot tell you how many people would come up to me at the tournament in the convention center and go.
But still, if that's, I don't think you got to make it different though, Brad. Don't just steal their design.
And I mean, people would walk by and they just start grinning. I'd see them and they start grinning. So, man, some guy, he said, let me take gear. So I meet General Flynn, Mike, no, but that's what they're saying. And I hope and pray it is. I hope and pray it is.
Yeah, UV is a real treatment.
Anyway,
You're right.
Hey, let's close in prayer.
But he should have told that guy that he didn't suggest drinking that. That was a media talking point. Then the media tried to say that poisonings from household cleaners had went up like 400%. The only problem with that was the data was 2 months behind before Trump even said anything about it.
Give us strength and courage. Give us wisdom.
Data doesn't come in instantly. It comes in delayed after they've reviewed and gathered it.
To the talking heads, not, Lord, do our own research, come to our own conclusions, God, about these decisions that we're having to make. God, I pray that you'd be with us. I pray that you'd bless each of these people on here and each member of their family. For it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen. Amen. All right, guys. Thanks for being on the show tonight. I hope you've had a good time.
Another great show by Mr. Bradley.
On Rumble and Telegram.
I enjoyed it. What about you guys?
Hey, we'll see you tomorrow night. Okay? God bless. Good night from Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is Brad signing off.
All right. We're gonna do something different, okay? So I told we've got 103 people watching right now, and I know not everybody is on YouTube or Facebook, but we're fixing to do something different. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here somewhere. I don't know where it went. Hold on. I could be wrong. Maybe I lost it. Oh, here we go. All right, we're going to go here and here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. This is Tony from the Veritas Machine. He's on his backup channel. So I'm going to drop the link to this channel. And I'm going to hang out here and watch part of it while you guys move over there. Go watch Tony. If you're looking for something to watch, if you're not going to bed, go check out Tony. He's doing a stream right now. So here's the link. You guys can head that way. He's only on YouTube and I think Twitch, but I don't have the Twitch link. That's the link to his video, and this is what I'm going to watch to end my video. So you guys are more than welcome to go watch him. He needs some subs over on his backup channel. He's on a 2-week ban, and you remember how bad it was when I was on a 2-week ban. So make sure you head over there. I'm done for the night. Thank you for the donations. Dora and Key with 25, Kelly Boland with 5. We had some more that come in. Oh, that was Valerie with 20 that kicked it off. I forgot about that one. And we had at least one coffee donation. Let me check that right quick. That was Tara. Tara, Snaggy Pop Down and Soak Up Some Will Truth. Thank you very much for those donations. I do appreciate it. Make sure you go check out Tony if you're looking for something to watch for the rest of the night. I'm going to be watching it for the next couple minutes, and then you guys can head over there. The link's in the chat. Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys on the next one tomorrow night.
SA.
Oh, I don't know what these things are. These are
now methods of violent intimidation deployed by Antifa.
I don't know. I mean, I don't give two flying rat's asses about that shit.
This is kind of like a host on Twitch, but you can't. It's not like automated, so we got to do it the way we can, which is like this. So,
oligarchy defined.
He's watching X22. That guy's a nut job too.
I mean, this guy has just become like a sad parody to me almost. It's like ridiculous.
Ain't that the truth, buddy? Ain't that the truth?
I mean, look at what is.
I do believe he did.
Is this?
To show you 25 faulty or fraudulent votes, which don't mean anything because it doesn't overturn the state.
Because it doesn't overturn the state. It doesn't really matter. I just want to say one thing really quickly here. X20.
He's on California time, so he'll probably be live for a little bit.
An X20 minute nap.
An X20 minute nap.
Like everything's gonna start happening. Will is kicking it over here. I thought Will was gonna join in the lobby here with Mr. X22, which I couldn't even get through the whole thing. That's why I skipped through almost all of it. Hello, everybody from Cold Beer Confessional. Welcome. This is the Bearded Chump. Welcoming everybody from Cold Beer. I love a cold beer. I don't drink cold beer myself.
He does a good Trump.
Cold beer. I believe it would be some sort of Dos Equis. Dos Equis. So we're covering X22. So X22 is going to overdo whatever Trump is saying, of course. Over-Trumping.
or 50 or 100.
Or 100
We're
or
showing
50.
you-
All right, guys, go check him out. I'm going to hop on his show for just a little bit. Go check him out. I'm going to shut mine down. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the donations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Far more than the law
We
requires.
can show many times.
We can show many times
What is necessary?
what is
to win this
necessary
state.
to win this
Many
state.
very smart people.
Many very
have
smart people
congratulated
have
me for all
congratulated
we've
me
done.
for all we've
Biggest
done.
tax cuts,
The biggest tax
regulation cuts.
Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Where my true believers? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry, I can quit.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you very much.
Lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? It's it. Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up because you ain't seen...
Make sure you guys go check out Tony if you can. I appreciate it.
Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up because you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders. They ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will burn motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think all right, guys, I'm out. Make sure you check out Tony. This is it. I'm shutting her down. One more link dropped. Let it send, and I'm out for the night. Love you. See you. Bye.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the